Welcome back, everyone, to our next block of programming during the 2021 Global Energy Forum. As we turn back to our audiences in Asia, those who are starting their morning with us are joining our programming at the tail end of possibly one of the most important inauguration days in recent memory, if not ever. Our agenda earlier was chock full of insights and analysis on the challenges and opportunities confronting now President Biden's energy and foreign policy agenda, how his presidency has the potential to reshape America's role in the world, and how the rest of the world is reacting to the first hours of the Biden administration. So to get you up to speed with where we've been, we've teed up two extraordinary panels, which were on either end of the inauguration ceremony this afternoon. First, we'll turn to Andrew Sollinger from Foreign Policy, Helima Croft from RBC Capital Markets, Megan O'Sullivan from Harvard University, and General David Petraeus for their excellent panel, America and the World, Energy and Security. Then we'll turn to some of the Atlantic Council's highest level international stakeholders for a review of the now president's speech and how the world is reacting to the opportunity for renewal offered by the new administration. After these two panels, we'll have a third panel from earlier in the day, where we'll hand it over to John Defterios for a replay of an incredible session on how a new administration can reimagine the transatlantic alliance to meet shared foreign policy, energy, and climate goals. So after those three replays, we'll resume live programming at 11 p.m. Eastern with a panel on global trade and the energy transition. So please stay tuned for that, and I hope you enjoy the replays of our previous panels from earlier in the day. Over to Andrew Sollinger.
Thank you so much, and great to be here today on what I believe would be the last panel of the Trump administration. You are now experiencing the last panel of the Trump administration, possibly anywhere in the world, but certainly here on today's Global Energy Forum. And we most definitely will stick to our time allotment because there are some much more important speeches, even though we have tremendous speakers on this panel to listen to afterwards. So I want to welcome you to America and the World, Energy and Security. And I am joined by a powerhouse, packed, smart panel, much smarter than I, and I'll introduce them now. Helima Croft, Head of Commodity Strategy at RBC Capital Markets. Welcome, Helima.
Hello.
General David Petraeus, former CIA Director and retired U.S. Army General, currently partner at KKR and Chairman of the KKR Global Institute. Welcome, General.
Good to be with you, Andrew. Thanks.
And Dr. Megan O'Sullivan, former Special Assistant to President George Bush, Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan, and now Kirkpatrick Professor and Director of Geopolitics of Energy at Harvard University. Welcome, Megan.
Good to see you, Andrew. Nice to be here. Thank you.
Great. So let's get into it. Just to refresh on what we're here to discuss, we're talking about the clean energy transition, how it will reshape international energy relationships, create new tensions over resources and infrastructure, and new opportunities for collaboration, of course. And this is all in the backdrop of a tremendously shocking year in the energy markets, in the oil market, a price war, undulations in prices, ultimately arriving at pretty much where they began the year. More on that later. But this really presents challenges for the US and a new administration coming into power, how it can best position itself with partners and allies to take a leading role in the global energy market. And what I want to do really quickly is just tee off with a refresher on a piece we published in Foreign Policy. I'm the publisher of Foreign Policy, so I have to cite our content. It's mandatory. Jason Bordoff, who's formerly of Obama's NSC and currently director of Columbia's SIPA School Energy Center, did a piece in FP in October that focused in on the fast transitioning energy market. And it was entitled, "Everything You Think You Know About the Geopolitics of Climate Change is Wrong." And the things that we think we know, and obviously say these are facts, BP, the IEA, they're all talking about peak oil. California is talking about banning, not talking about, has banned new gasoline cars for new sale by 2035. China is pledging to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. And perhaps most importantly, severe weather events like global wildfires and extreme storms are raising public alarms. I just spoke with our excellent editor, Keith Johnson, energy editor in Madrid, who is still digging out from an epic 2-foot snowstorm in Madrid. That never happens in Madrid. So the backdrop of that is a crisis and change. And to further cite FP content, Chris Murphy, senator from Connecticut, yesterday wrote in FP that the modern threat to US security is not from rival nation states. Rather, it is from propaganda artists, hackers, pandemics, obviously, non-state extremist groups, but most importantly, and key to this discussion, droughts, storms, rising seas caused by a rapidly changing climate. So these are incredibly important issues, and we're going to boil through all of them today. So Megan, I'd like to turn to you first. There has been talk that there will be a new power rising in energy markets, electrostates. These are states that are at the forefront of clean energy, and it might very well replace oil states in positions of power. China is talked about as one of those clean energy product leaders. Is it accurate that that will ultimately, or in the near future, let's say the near to intermediate term, that they will have more influence and power, or will they lack that same measure of influence simply because they can't just shut down the flow of clean energy as an OPEC cap?
Great. Thank you, Andrew. And thanks for that introduction and mentioning those two great pieces. And in fact, I remember Jason's piece back in October did talk about electrostates, and so have many others. There's so much to comment on. I would say directly to your question about petrostates versus electrostates in the near term or immediate term and during the energy transition, I would say that both are going to continue to have certain amounts of geopolitical power. And one may be waxing and one may be waning, but I think we're going to see, this is one of the complexities of this energy transition, we're going to see the geopolitics of oil and gas continue to some extent, because if you look at even the most climate friendly energy scenarios in the future, they all involve a reasonably substantial amount of oil and gas usage over time. Of course, they make assumptions about having carbon capture technology, but no one, again, the most climate friendly scenarios included, none of these scenarios suggest that there will be no oil and gas use in the world. So there will be some petrostates that continue to wield influence. And in some cases, they may wield more influence because there'll be a smaller number, a finite number of countries that are able to meet the global energy demand at a lower cost and a lower energy emission. But as you said, electrostates will be important in the sense that not every country is going to be as reliant on fossil fuels to meet their energy needs. So countries like China, and hopefully, and I would say with confidence, the United States and others will have an energy tool at their disposal when it comes to renewable energy technologies, financing for climate, all these other things that countries which are trying to make an energy transition themselves will need. And that will give those countries geopolitical power. I think just very quickly to finish here, one of the things that will be different is some people talk about, oh, are electric grids going to be like natural gas pipelines? I don't think it'll be exactly the same for the reason that you suggest, that in fact, natural gas is a finite resource and a physical commodity where a lot of renewable energy will be generated closer to home. So there'll be less dependence on these long pipelines or LNG networks for energy supplies. And that should increase the energy security of many countries in the end.
And also raising some risks, which we'll come to in a second as well. Halima, you're nodding in agreement when we talk about petrostates perhaps seeing some advantage from the transition. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about that and why we're going to see that. And also just take us through what happened last year. What a if oil price were a roller coaster ride last year, I mean, it's one I don't want to go on at Disney World. Please tell us a little bit about OPEC's position now.
Sure, thank you. I think we're really going to see a big divergence in the sort of OPEC producers. Like, there are certain countries that I think are positioned to handle an energy transition, even a particularly rapid transition. Those are the Gulf producers that have, as Megan said, the low cost, cleanest barrels. And there are certain countries like the UAE that have already made, pretty big advancements in diversifying their economy as well. We had the CEO Mubadala on yesterday, and they've used their sovereign wealth funds to essentially fuel diversification. And so I think those countries are best placed for an energy transition. And again, because they have the greenest, cheapest barrels, they will have the biggest share, even of a shrinking pie. Then there are other producers that are higher cost producers, have not done nearly as much on diversification. The countries that Fatih Birol from the IEA is very, very concerned about, the Nigerias, the Venezuelas, the Angolas, the Algerias, those are the countries that have Iraq, significant, issues in terms of poverty, corruption. Those are the countries that I think are really going to struggle in an energy transition situation. So again, I think it's going to be a very big divergence between the fortunes of producers in this transition. When we think about OPEC, it was absolutely a crazy year. We were together, Andrew, a year ago in Abu Dhabi. We were thinking about potentially having geopolitical risk in the oil market, driving prices higher in the wake of the killing of Soleimani. We had a 2019 year of spectacular attacks on energy infrastructure in the Gulf. September 14th, we had half of Saudi's oil output temporarily taken offline. So when we had discussion last year, we thought more OPEC barrels might be needed because we were thinking about more supply disruption in the Gulf. Then we obviously had the biggest demand crash ever because of the COVID-19 pandemic. OPEC, I think, struggled to have a unified response initially, in part because the information was so fragmentary. And there was a certain set of producers that essentially said, let's wait for more time, led by the Russians. And then you had Saudi Arabia, which essentially said early on, we need fast action to stabilize this market. All came to a head in early March. They couldn't reach an agreement. And then we had the onset of essentially this price war led by Saudi Arabia, but between the sort of OPEC producers and Russia. Very, very interesting. I think there also was a real political component to it as well. I think there were certain elements in Russia that were tired of giving a financial lifeline to US shale producers. They were tired of a situation where they would cut production, the US would grow, and they would get sanctioned. And so I do think there was a group in Russia that was happy to potentially see prices collapse and potentially see US shale production sidelines. But I don't think anybody was expecting, any of the producers, the scale of the collapse. And when you had storage quickly filling up, and then you had a real catastrophe in terms of the finances, not only of OPEC producers, but also of shale producers, that's when Donald Trump got involved and essentially helped orchestrate the largest production cut OPEC ever did in the spring. And that really played a very significant role in stabilizing the market. And so it was a tremendous year in terms of volatility. It's amazing that we only ended up, down 20% year on year in terms of demand. But as we go forward into 2021, we're going to be watching to see whether this OPEC unity actually holds together.
Thank you, Halima. That was a great explanation. I can't wait to watch Oil 2020, the movie. I mean, there was so much to unpack in there that I want to pull apart. I also want to remind our participants and attendees that a year ago, when Halima and I were talking about this on a panel in Abu Dhabi, we asked the audience to guess at oil price ranges for the end of the year. And they basically thought they would be flat, even though they expected retaliation from Iran on oil infrastructure following Soleimani assassination. And that, by the way, is essentially where oil prices wound up after plunging into horrible negative territory. So really remarkable. I want to just follow up with a question on Russia, and a couple of different follow-ups on Russia. First of all, have they demonstrated renewed power over OPEC because of the spat with Saudi? That's one. Part B, who won? And then we'll involve General Petraeus with a little bit about Russia and the impact sanctions of that, because they're not a modern and efficient producer also, which is largely the result of sanctions.
I mean, in terms of OPEC, I think when we had the marriage between OPEC and Russia in 2016, we all thought it was a shotgun marriage driven by shale. And we basically kept waiting for this sort of starter marriage to break up. But it has proved to be an enduring alliance. And even after we had the price war in the spring. I think it's remarkable that Russia still is basically sitting at the top of the OPEC plus table with the Saudis. And so while I think the Russians, took a bit of a beating in terms of everyone now looks at their policy and saying, essentially, you should have cut in the spring, they have not really lost their co-leadership role in OPEC. And I think that's going to be an interesting issue for the incoming Biden administration, because I really do think that the Russians have been able to forge new sets of relationships with producers in the Middle East, in Africa, in Latin America. And I do think they have been able to use OPEC as a vehicle of sort of soft power expansion.
So did they win the spat with Saudi? Who came out on top on
well,
that?
In the end, I think His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz was vindicated. I mean, he was calling for early action in late January. He wanted an early OPEC meeting to essentially stabilize the markets. And so I do think that his position that they should have come into the market early, I think that was vindicated.
Great. Thank you very much. Fascinating stuff, and we'll come back to that in a moment. General Petraeus, it would be great to involve you at this point in the discussion, especially as we come up with Russia. First, a general overall question. When we were last together, we were talking about restraint versus intervention, and that was at a Quincy Institute event that we had at the Capitol last February. And I'd be interested in your view on the U.S. security stance in the world post-pandemic. Will the Trump administration's view on foreign intervention impact Biden's policy long-term? Do we still have interest to protect abroad? I mean, ultimately, Obama and Trump made it clear that Gulf oil must flow, but would be interested to hear your view on that today, especially an hour away from a new administration, hour and a half.
Well, I think if you look at this broadly, that we'll see more continuity than change, perhaps, that you'll see a continuation of the rebalance to Asia, which really began, of course, all the way back in the Obama administration. It carried through this administration, now renamed the Indo-Pacific. And every indication is that that is going to continue, especially with Kurt Campbell as the coordinator for the Indo-Pacific region and Deputy National Security Advisor, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, and others. And they've written about this in that other journal very recently in Foreign Affairs, which you may see occasionally. There's a very good article by Kurt Campbell just in recent days, actually right before he was announced, that lays out what will essentially be the components of the U.S. approach to China in particular. And of course, it is China, China, China. It is an era of renewed great power rivalries. Foremost among them is China. The U.S. still has national security interest, and it still has plenty of national security threats. None of that changes at noon today. And again, you'll see, I think, a continuation of a commitment in a variety of different locations around the world. We continue to try to end endless wars, but I know that the incoming administration recognizes that you actually don't end an endless war by ending U.S. involvement in it. You just end U.S. involvement, and the war continues. And sometimes if it doesn't go in a right direction, you end up having to go back into it. And we have learned that lesson in the past. And I think there will be an attempt to develop a sustained commitment, focused mostly, certainly on the continued threat of Islamist extremism. There certainly are continued challenges from Russia, concerns with nuclear North Korea, the prospect of Iran moving closer toward a nuclear weapon, and also, of course, its support for very dangerous Shia militia in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, and so forth. And then the cyber threats. You mentioned that very briefly, I think, before we came on, and how increasingly diabolically clever they are. If you look at the SolarWinds hack, and it took 6 to 9 months to even realize that they were in there. And of course, that discovery was not made by the government. It was made by a commercial firm, FireEye. So again, huge number of threats, and we still have major interests. And of course, one of those interests is to ensure the free flow of energy from the Gulf to the Pacific, and then also to the European consumers of that. Noting, of course, that, had you asked me about Russia specifically, I was going to observe, as Megan has written so powerfully, about the real impact on Russia actually is not even the recent pandemic-induced reduction in demand. It was the U.S. shale which propelled the U.S. from being a very substantial importer of crude oil to now actually a net exporter, very barely, but a net exporter and a substantial exporter of natural gas as well. And of course, that has dramatically disrupted not just crude oil markets around the world, but essentially also made a natural gas global market to varying degrees as well. And you saw the price that Russia was able to charge for gas off a pipeline in Europe go down to just below the price of US natural gas plus the cost of liquefaction, transport, and regasification. So again, those dynamics all continue here. And again, I think the big difference going forward when it comes to the security approach won't actually be, again, the continued effort to achieve greater balance in the Indo-Pacific and deal with all these other issues. It's really going to be that all of that is going to be wrapped in a much more comprehensive whole of governments. And it's an S on the end of that because all of our allies and partners are going to be made part of that to the extent that that is absolutely possible. And again, all of this has been laid out by the incoming members of the administration, including, again, in that recent article by Kurt Campbell that makes that point. And I think that's going to be the really big difference, that we are going to be more present once again in various regional, multilateral institutions, international organizations, not just rejoining the Paris Climate Accord and the WHO, but again, participating more actively. And also when it comes to a variety of issues involving standards and technology and all the rest. So again, that I think will be the big difference from, it was never truly all America first, but it was much more America first, certainly under the outgoing administration, than will be the incoming administration that very much stresses doing all of this, again, together with all the allies and partners we can possibly muster.
Thank you, General. And I assure you, not only have I the Kurt Campbell piece is fantastic, and that other publication that you mentioned, and Kurt is fantastic, and a subscriber to Foreign Policy, I might add, a very smart man indeed. And we are looking forward to him coming into his position and seeing the role that he plays in our position vis-a-vis Asia writ large. Megan, the General referenced your writings. We'd love to come back to you now and talk a little bit about that. You wrote very famously about in Windfall about the shale boom, and this was, the incredible rise of shale and how it changed geopolitics around the world. We've obviously seen that. I don't want to say falter, but a view to whether or not that type of pricing behind shale oil production is going to hold. Is that set to peak right now? And what will be the implications for the U.S. as a result of that? When we look through the geopolitics of clean energy, as we were discussing earlier, U.S. certainly in a position of power, but probably not the most robust of all the players around the world because of that pricing. Obviously, natural gas, will continue, et cetera. But I'm curious for a little quick a revision or an epilogue on where you are on Windfall right now and the shale boom.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew. And thanks for mentioning the book. I do think that everything that Halima described in the new landscape that we're looking at has had some serious implications for shale. We saw in response to the decrease in demand of last year induced by the pandemic, we saw not just OPEC take oil off the market, but we saw a lot of other countries stop the high levels of production that they were doing, not because of government action, but just because of the market and the price. And the U.S. was certainly among that group of countries, and we saw U.S. production go down from its absolute peak right before the start of the pandemic of about 13 million barrels a day down to, people think maybe 2 to 3 million barrels of oil a day came off of U.S. production. So the question has been for everyone, how quickly will that production come back? And I think, it is a different landscape, as you suggested. And I think we have investors that frankly weren't very enthusiastic about making investments into oil and gas production even before the pandemic. And I think, the word is that the pandemic has just expedited a lot of things that were already in motion, and a potential growing decline in oil demand is among them. So I think we will continue to see shale be an important part of the overall energy landscape. America will continue to be, if not the largest producer of oil in the world, or one of the largest producers. But I do think that this unique role that shale was playing for quite a few years that really put a lot of pressure on a lot of other international actors, particularly OPEC, and how they were able to influence the market, that is probably a little bit on the back burner. I think we may actually see investors stay with shale a little bit longer than some other countries that are high cost producers because of the short cycle nature of shale, that maybe when investors do start to go back into oil, they're not going to want to invest in projects that take 5, 7, 10 years to come online, but they'll still be interested in places where it was only 6 months or a year till more oil comes online. But overall, I think the role will be a bit diminished there. But before I conclude on that, I would say, you made what I thought was a big assumption, Andrew, which is that the US is not going to be really a big player on clean energy. And I would say two things. Maybe I'm overstating what you said, but I would say the US certainly has the potential to be one of, if not the major players in clean energy. And that will depend a lot on what we see from the Biden administration. And certainly President-elect, soon to be President Biden, has made it very clear that climate is going to be a huge focus of his. If you looked at his website during the campaign and the transition, he only listed 4 priorities: economic recovery, COVID, climate, and racial justice. And he's very, very serious about climate. And that's not just reining in US emissions, that is being a leader in the battle against climate change globally as well. And that will, of course, involve America stepping forward in every kind of capacity. And certainly one of those, part of his $2 trillion plan, will be to invest more in R&D for advancing more renewable energy technologies. We'll be engaging with other countries much more centrally on the issue of climate change. And I think that the US certainly has the potential and the opportunity to recapture a leadership role here. So I wouldn't be quick to write the United States off. And in fact, I would fasten my seatbelt and get ready for an international landscape where the US is taking climate change to be a very serious national security matter. And that, I think, will change the face of US foreign policy in some significant ways we could go into if there's time.
I hope we have time, and I think that's very fascinating, and I agree with you. I want to remind the audience that we encourage your questions. We do have a question for General Petraeus that we'll introduce in a moment, but please use your app. Ask questions of the panel. Challenge us, please, on some of these issues and discussions. And me on and I believe in the United States. Just so we're clear, but China certainly has a lead in clean tech production. And just to stick with you for a second, Megan, let's talk a little bit about Kerry's role as climate czar and what we think will transpire there. And I'll just come back to what Senator Murphy wrote in FP yesterday, that climate policy should be and is foreign policy for the US going forward. What do you expect to see from Kerry and climate immediately? Word is he's been making waves about investment and financing of carbon projects amongst the Wall Street investor class already. I'd be interested to hear what you've heard.
Sure. Well, this is the appointment of Secretary Kerry as the climate czar, answerable to the president and at a cabinet level, is really one of, I think, the most important markers, indications of how serious the Biden administration is going to be about climate. Climate's going to be central to our domestic policy agenda, but it's also going to be very central to our foreign policy agenda. And as you pointed out, Senator Murphy laid out in his piece in Foreign Policy a number of ways in which that might happen. What I would say is that often people, when they think about, climate change is going to be part of our foreign policy, they think primarily of the US going back into the Paris Climate Agreement, which of course it will do quite soon. But it means so much more than that. It really, the Biden administration and Secretary Kerry are talking about infusing climate into every foreign policy interaction. That might be a slight overstatement, but I think that is the intention intention and the objective. So this means, again, not just talking about climate in climate fora and among climate experts, but it means talking about climate in every bilateral relationship. It means about asking the different agencies that conduct foreign policy and national security, like the Pentagon and USAID and the State Department, to make climate really central in their overall objectives, again, in bilateral relationships and interactions with international organizations. So this actually, it sounds like, okay, that sounds like something that we know how to do, but I would say it's going to be challenging, because if you prioritize climate, as the Biden administration intends to do, and I think many of us would acknowledge needs to be done, this is going to mean that other priorities are not going to get the same weight. So it means more traditional foreign policy measures like counterterrorism and counterproliferation and conflict resolution. Where are those going to fall in the list of priorities? When a president goes to speak to a king or another president or a prime minister, there are only so many issues that he or she could push effectively, and climate is now going to be among them. I think Secretary Kerry's role is going to be essential, because he is going to be a large disruptor. And I mean that not only in the sense of pushing this agenda internationally, but he's going to end up disrupting things within the American foreign policy establishment. And I think in part that's very much the intention, because if you are going to challenge traditional American foreign policy to make climate change the first objective, you're going to need somebody who's really going to be willing to upset the apple cart. And that is, he is going to be injected into every foreign policy deliberation, whether or not it's about climate on the surface of it, to make sure that climate related equities get their fair share of attention. And that, of course, is going to cause some ripple effects in how policy is made. And I think it also is going to prove some challenges, because there are going to be multiple senior people that our counterparts in different parts of the world are going to talk to. They're going to talk to Secretary of State Tony Blinken. They're also going to talk to Secretary John Kerry. They'll talk to other people in the White House who also have climate on their mind, but other issues as well. So I think it is going to be tumultuous, disruptive, but my guess is that the Biden administration intends for that to be the case, because that's what's needed in order to shake up the traditional functioning of foreign policy and national security, which has not considered climate to be central to its execution.
Well said. Thank you very much, Megan. And I do think that is something that's clearly going to be insinuated in every discussion, in every conversation, at every level, and in every agency and department. And actually, just to change gears a little bit, General Petraeus, a question for you from our audience. As the largest consumer of oil in the world, what role do we think the U.S. military will play in the next 4 years in accelerating the energy transformation? Will they lead at home? And will the ongoing transition in energy enhance U.S. military performance? According to Senator Murphy, the DoD accounts for about 75% of all government carbon emissions. If it were a country, the U.S. military would be the 55th largest emitter on the planet. Are we taking steps in the right direction?
Well, I'm sure that all of this is going to be accelerated very significantly. There are numerous initiatives around the military right now, huge solar arrays, for example, out at Fort Bliss, Texas, and near White Sands, New Mexico, and a variety of other of these kinds of initiatives. We actually pursued some all the way back when I was, say, the commander in Afghanistan, where, I mean, just putting insulation inside a tent cut our fuel bill by, I think it was 15 or 20%. And keep in mind, in that scenario, you had to bring all that fuel into the country on tankers that had to be secured and all the rest of this. So there's a very keen awareness of the need to reduce the consumption of oil and other products, JP8 and all the rest of this, very significantly. And there have been initiatives ongoing, but this is going to be a huge boost. I think Megan had a really keen insight. There are going to be interesting times on the 7th floor of the State Department, because reportedly former Secretary Kerry is going to be up there alongside his successor, a couple removed, Tony Blinken. And there will be cases where, the question is going to be which prism has priority. Is it the prism that we filter through and say, what will the effect of this be on our climate initiatives around the world and at home? Or is it the prism that asks what will the effect of this initiative be on the US-China relationship, which is the most important in the world, not just to our two countries, but also to many of the other countries in the world. And so I think that's going to be fascinating to watch. But there are going to be directives throughout the government. Of course, Secretary Kerry is focused externally. There are also others that would be focused internally. And as Megan mentioned, in this huge infrastructure bill that is going to be pursued at $1.9 trillion, really, the infrastructure is a big component of that. And of course, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is already discussing the significance of the green components of that infrastructure bill. So I believe with Megan that the U.S. is going to become one of the leaders in these various areas, and certainly a very competitive element in that. Could I pivot, though, to one question? And I'd actually like to ask this of Helima, because what we haven't talked about is the impact on oil markets, which are roughly stable right now, given the latest, again, OPEC and Russia agreements and so forth. But what happens if we actually return to the nuclear deal with Iran, we lift the various sanctions, and all of a sudden, you know, the biggest disruptor is the disrupted oil that comes back on market. And this could be 2 or more million barrels per day coming back on the market. What happens then, Helima?
Happy to take that. No, I mean, I think this is something that OPEC is sort of looking out on 2021. Will they essentially, potentially in the back half of the year, if Iran goes back into the agreement, and we could discuss whether Iran is going to take the steps to go back in and become compliant. But as you mentioned, you could be looking at significant quantities of Iranian barrels hitting the market potentially sometime in the back half of 2021. I think that decision by His Royal Highness, they announced a unilateral Saudi cut of 1 million barrels at the last OPEC meeting. I think it was done primarily because of the new rising COVID cases, cascading government lockdown restrictions. But I do think they want to start expediting the drawdown of this inventory overhang because they know they may have to accommodate those barrels. I actually asked about that in the OPEC press conference, and I think they are doing that with an eye to getting the market potentially ready for that. But a lot is going to hinge on how successful is the vaccine rollout. I mean, what they say is it's not just the vaccine, it's shots in the arm. And so where we are in terms of the demand recovery, that will really determine, can the market absorb those barrels? And will OPEC have to do more to accommodate those barrels? I think it's going to be a very interesting discussion when Iran comes back. Who sits down their barrels to accommodate Iranian barrels? It looks like it will have to be Saudi Arabia. Will other countries want to also restrict output to allow those Iranian barrels back? Or is the market so strong that it will basically be able to absorb those barrels? So I think there's going to be a lot of those OPEC meetings in the back half of the year, I think are going to be very challenging as they think about those barrels.
Fantastic. Thank you, General. An excellent question. We've got another one from the audience, and I think all of you could probably tackle this. As the energy transition continues, what regions and choke points will become new geopolitical hotspots? How does that impact the U.S. posture abroad? For example, with the port of Durban, the export origin for most of the world's cobalt heat up. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Megan.
Sure. I think the issue of cobalt and other kind of critical minerals is one that is a very hot topic of conversation. People are looking at the current landscape and they're saying, wow, China in particular has taken a lot of action to lock up supplies of some of these critical minerals, and that these critical minerals are essential to enabling certain renewable technologies. So there's some talk or even expectations that we may see something akin to a rise of a cartel of countries that actually have control over a relative limited supply of inputs, be it cobalt, be it lithium, be it other things. I think this is something to be concerned about, something to watch. Clearly, we have expectations that the demands for these critical minerals are going to go up significantly as demand for things like electric vehicles go up significantly over the short to medium term. In the long term, I personally am not overly concerned about that. I don't imagine that there's going to be a huge revamping of geopolitics for a few reasons. The main reason is I think that countries and governments and research facilities are already focused on this problem, and they are working hard to find ways to recycle some of these critical minerals like lithium. And once you have the ability to recycle these, then suddenly limited amounts of global supply seems a lot less pressing and a lot less able to drive big political decisions. I also think there's a lot of work being done on developing alternative materials that can serve in the place of these critical minerals. So I think we have some short and medium term challenges on managing that, but I think those will be answered with technologies and with programs currently underway to try to make those critical resources a lot less finite and a lot less vital for the enactment of renewable technologies.
You're quite right. There has been a lot of talk of concern of late about a rare earth cartel, and certainly China, not the only country that has. They're very good at refining the dirt, but not necessarily the only owner of those rare earths. So your contention is that perhaps other nations and economies, the U.S., will catch up?
Well, there's certainly, I mean, the rare earth element conversation, one of the things that people are always quick to point out, rightly so, is that they're not so rare. That actually there are many countries around the world, and the US is one of them, where a lot of those rare earth materials are in our soil. The key distinguishing factor is that China has become the major producer and refiner of those rare earth minerals because they've been willing to do it at a very low cost. So they basically outpriced the rest of the world. And they've been willing to bear a lot of the environmental consequences that come along with the kind of mining that's required to process and extract these rare earth minerals. So in a worst case scenario, if the technologies that I'm talking about don't come to bear, there are other countries that can produce these rare earth minerals. And we do actually see the United States and other countries looking at stockpiles, looking at production, thinking more strategically about how to find, how to make sure that the US and other countries don't find themselves in a situation that Japan found itself in 2010, where they're beholden to China. So I do think that this is something that is talked about, but it is something that has been very much on the minds of policymakers and decision makers for quite a few years, since in 2010, when China did withhold the export of these materials to Japan in response to some tussles over the East China Sea.
Right. And there has been quite a bit of activity by China as well in terms of purchasing some of these non-Chinese mines in Africa, even in the US, in Arizona, and in Chile. And shameless FP plug, we have done a report on Chinese control of these natural resources, not just rare earths. And you could find that on our FP Insider offering online if you'd like to check it out. To stick with the regional focus here for a moment, let's talk about Latin America. This is a question again from the audience. We've seen an acceleration of Chinese and Russian investment in the Latin American energy system. How might that involvement impact U.S. national security? And will the Biden administration intervene to protect energy in the Western Hemisphere, which is often overlooked in energy markets? I wonder if, Halima, that's something you would care to tussle with.
No, I think when we talked about sort of Russia's role in OPEC, I think we really clearly see this playing out in the case of Venezuela. I mean, a real question about would Maduro stay or go was increasingly coming down to, would Russia continue to give that financial lifeline to the Maduro regime? I mean, we had talked about, traditionally China's role in Venezuela, essentially doing these sort of oil-backed loans. But we've really seen in the last couple of years, it has been Russia that has really developed that very strong relationship with the Venezuelans and, extending credit to the Venezuelans, essentially doing deals with the government there, with their oil companies there, that essentially Western firms would not do. And so I do think that the Russians have been able to establish something of a sort of a beachhead in Venezuela, in our region. I do think, again, when we think about policy challenges for the Biden administration, Obviously, dealing with Venezuela, the humanitarian crisis will be an important issue. But again, a broader issue is, have we seen the expansion of Russian influence in the developing world, in these oil-producing nations since 2016? And does this pose a significant foreign policy challenge to the United States? Have they filled a vacuum that essentially we've allowed to exist?
Thank you, Halima. General, what do you think?
Well, I hope that the incoming administration, and you see Samantha Power, of course, nominated to be the director of the Agency for International Development, you know, a woman everyone respects for enormous intellect and energy and drive as well, and just sheer infectious enthusiasm. And it's been apparent for some time that AID, together with the International Finance Development Corporation, which doubled its assets under the current administration, outgoing administration, and a variety of other partners around the world, if we could all coordinate and provide alternatives to the Belt and Road Initiative initiatives, and because many of these are, again, targeting countries in Africa for the rare earth minerals, the other resources that are needed. And of course, Chinese companies and China writ large have gone about this in a form of sort of China Incorporated out there doing this, especially with the BRI. Whereas the US, it's just much more driven by market forces. It's companies out there that need this and can see to the future. And I think a more coordinated effort of all of the different of our partners and allies together, which I mentioned earlier will be a big feature of the incoming administration, could, again, provide alternatives. It could provide alternative models, competition, et cetera. My ultimate hope, of course, would be that the security situation in Afghanistan would ultimately allow the extraction of what are not just 1 trillion, but we estimated $2 trillion worth of many rare earth and others. There are locations in Western Afghanistan where you can shovel lithium out of the ground, again, with a shovel. And hopefully that could enter the market as well. Right now, it's still a little bit more in the category of venture capital investing, but perhaps down the road. But I do think, again, that there's a real opportunity for the incoming administration recognizing the need to get our own access to rare earths, other minerals, and also, again, to provide competition together for the Belt and Road Initiative.
That's a really, really relevant point, and thank you for making it. And I do think that economic statecraft is an incredibly important element of, I think we'd all agree on that, would be a very helpful craft for the U.S. to hone. I mean, Treasury conducts much of U.S. financial and economic diplomacy and should take the lead along with DFC, along with the Millennium Challenge Corporation as well. And some might contend that China is eating our lunch in green finance in that way. I did want to ask a little bit about that, though, as other countries are expanding their processing and their production. This is something that another question from the audience. And when they have to, how does a country do this when they have to operate by social right to an environmental justice? How can democracies compete with autocracies, with a China, when it comes to this type of development? And Halima, I'd like to actually frame this for you, and with a question that I was going to ask about something you raised, and that is the Mideast and some of the development. I think Megan made this point as well. That there are alternative energies being developed, and something that's going on in Abu Dhabi right now, a lot of discussion around Sustainable Energy Week. Could the Mideast spawn electrostates? Saudi has very low cost solar power. They're even investing in hydrogen production. And we've seen the UAE focused on nuclear. What's your take on their ability to grow alternative energy at the same time?
Well,
and let's be fair, they're autocracies.
Well, I mean, I think if we take about the UAE, I mean, I think the UAE, again, has been in the lead in terms of seeing the changes in the energy landscape. I mean, we talk about, the fact that they host International Renewable Energy Agency in Masdar. We talk about the investments that sovereign wealth funds like Mubadala have made in the renewable space. We look at sort of even what the sort of national oil companies like ADNOC are doing. You know, we talk about Saudi as well in terms of solar. So again, I think these countries see the writing on the wall and they are essentially going for the all of the above energy mix, and that's going to be their business model. I do think, though, there are some interesting questions to sort of pivot back to the issue about some of these issues around like cobalt in terms of what do you do about countries like a DRC? There's a DRC, I started my career covering the Democratic Republic of Congo after they were coming out of a civil war where 5 million people died. It was like the world's worst war at the time. And we saw all of these, you know, grave human rights issues around alluvial mining, use of child labor. I do think there's going to be in this energy transition story questions about how much do we lean on those governments in terms of extraction practices? Are we going to sort of engage with the DRC in terms of how they are actually mining cobalt? You know, does China have just this natural advantage in dealing with a country like the DRC because they have been basically providing financial assistance to these sub-Saharan African countries for decades? I mean, they have always sort of taken a view that they will take your resources and not raise human rights and labor concerns. So I do think there are going to be these interesting challenges for Western nations as we move forward with this energy transition. How much do we want to try to pressure countries that have these critical minerals to basically put a series of practices around the extraction of those minerals?
Very good point. And I think we see that general in when we talk about nuclear power and Russia as well. Russia is actually on the forefront on nuclear. Some might argue not in a great way, exporting technology and perhaps not to certain standards. But you had a comment as well that you wanted to share.
Well, I really actually wanted to, I hate to keep tossing questions to Halima, but there's another, you know, the biggest question of all is no longer about peak oil production. It's now about peak oil demand. And this is, you know, every year that the BP product comes out, there's the annual debate about when will we see peak oil demand. And there are various estimates out there. And of course, I mean, we should acknowledge the reality. You highlighted that China is a green power in the making, and it is very much so. But it's also still building, you know, coal plants every week or so. Because of the enormous continued demand for additional electricity. Again, India, as it grows, the African countries, in Africa, of course, in aggregate, it's not in aggregate, but in aggregate, it's the next China. And with demand that will be comparable. So I was just curious how you answer that particular question, Halima, about, you know, what is the prospect for peak oil demand?
I mean, clearly we are in a transition, and the question is, are we going to see it sort of 2030, 2040? I think the role of government policy is going to play a big role in terms of when we actually hit peak demand. When are we going to get electrification of, you know, vehicle fleets, public transportation? Government policy will play a role in dictating how fast this transition is coming. It is coming. And I think, again, to go back to the sort of imperative, if you are a producer country, it is to take up what Fatih Birol keeps saying is act like it's happening on a faster pace than it may happen, because you have to prepare for it. You have to get your economies ready for this transition. And again, I worry about the divide between countries like the UAE, who have basically seen where this is headed and have taken very proactive steps to prepare, and a country like Nigeria, 200 million people, as you know, General Petraeus, huge counterterrorism issues, huge problems with extremism. What happens to those countries if they don't get ready for that transition? What security threats are posed by, you know, petro-states that are now insolvent and unable to sort of pay their militaries and pay for public services? So I deeply worry about the left behinds in a transition scenario.
Great, thank you for that. We've got another question from our audience, a little bit back to the social justice and environmental justice issue. And maybe this is one for you, Megan, on the U.S., the new administration, and some of its critical plans around social justice and equality. Can the U.S. lead on labor and environmental justice with such glaring inequity at home now, which has obviously been a cause of a lot of the social unrest we've seen over the course of the past year? I'm just curious on your views on that.
Sure. It's a good question. I think it's one that's sort of central to how the Biden administration is thinking about its domestic agenda and its international agenda. And I think we see both of those agendas influencing each other, being deeply tied. This is certainly the case with climate, as we've been talking about, but I think it's also the case in America taking leadership more generally speaking on the question of democracy, on environmental justice, on racial justice, as the questioner was asking. So I think there is going to be a lot of scrutiny applied to the Biden administration, to the United States as a whole, to see how our society is going to grapple with and hopefully aggressively address these inequities within our own society. And it is from there that we will be best positioned to be able to encourage others to do the same. I do think, a couple of things. I think that soon-to-be President Biden is someone who is maybe uniquely well positioned to try to heal some of the wounds at home. And he is serious, and the team that he's put together is clearly serious about prioritizing a lot of these inequities. And so I do think that there's hard work to be done at home, but I'm confident that we can move ahead as a nation. I do think there's going to be a little bit of a lag. It's going to take time for America to demonstrate to the rest of the world that we are leaders in democracy, that our values still align with all of those principles and values that we've been talking to others about abroad. I do think it's going to take time because I do think the American model has been damaged in the last several years. It's been damaged by this America First role. It's been damaged by the incompetency with which our country has handled the coronavirus pandemic. It's been, damaged by the real manifestations of systemic racial prejudice in our system. And I'd also say, we haven't talked about this right now, but I think the model has been damaged by the happenings on January 6th. So I do think it's going to be harder for America to take on that advocacy role, but I don't think that's a permanent thing. I think it is a motivation for us to do work at home, to continue to lend a hand to others abroad who are seeking to enhance their own societies in the same way.
Great, thank you for that. And we've been talking a lot about nation state and administration activity. Wanted to move, but now that we're touching on social and environmental issues, I wanted to ask a little bit about corporate incentives. It's very interesting yesterday. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce just kind of came out and in favor of carbon pricing. I mean, that's a real element that might move our economies in the direction of where Europe is going. Obviously, we've got different regimes in different regions. How likely are we to see more linkages between these different economic clusters on carbon pricing? And is that really the thing that will tangibly, the profit motive, galvanize movement in this way, along with administration initiatives, along with social issues, the actual profit incentive? Megan, I wonder if you could tackle that one for us to start.
Sure. Well, I think the answer obviously depends on who you ask. Personally, I think I align myself with most economists who say the best way to get action and the most efficient way to tackle the question of carbon emissions is to put a price on carbon. That can be done in a number of ways. I imagine that the Biden administration will explore that, as you said, in different sectors. I think doing something like a clean energy standard is going to be, a clean electricity standard is going to be critical to the Biden administration reaching the goal of having a fully decarbonized electricity sector by 2030. That's one of the big goals there. But I think a more kind of straightforward carbon tax is something that, I'll just give you my own opinion, I think has been dismissed a little too early. If you remember 4 years ago, when Senator Sanders was running for president, a carbon tax was a big part of his platform. And this time around, you see the Democrats really shying away from it, as most people thought either one, this isn't possible to do with Republican support, or two, we're not going to do that. That is actually too conservative approach. We're going to be more focused on regulatory measures and on getting change through those types of actions. And I think that will continue to be a little bit of a battle for what tools the Biden administration is going to employ to reach those goals. It's interesting. We do see more support for climate action among Republicans. It's still nascent, but I would say it is only going to grow, particularly as young Republicans, to the extent they want to stay in the party, they're going to demand action on climate. And as a result, I think we will see some movement in the Republican Party on this issue, and that could create some openings for some more efficient approaches, perhaps along the lines of a carbon tax, with the big debate being not about the tax itself, but being about how to distribute the proceeds from the tax. So I think there certainly are a lot of ways that a price can be put on carbon, but I do imagine that that will be a central objective of the Biden administration in their domestic climate goals, so they can meet those standards that will underpin what will, again, internationally, will be America's nationally determined contribution back in the Paris Agreement.
Certainly, that makes tremendous sense, and would be very interesting to see that as a unifying factor across party lines as well, that discussion. General, your thoughts?
Well, this is also going to give a boost to something that we're already seeing in investment businesses. And, as a partner in one of the world's biggest global investment firms, we've always tried to do well while doing good. There actually now are funds, and we have an impact fund that's linked to the Sustainability Development Goals of the United Nations, in which we're trying to do good while still doing well. And there's a huge appetite by investors for this. And I'm quite confident that what Megan has just been laying out will give another boost to this. And again, you're going to probably at some point reach a degree of critical mass, set off the chain reaction, in which all of these different activities are going to result in quite a few improvements, I would think, in the climate arena, given the very substantial push that you're going to see both at home and abroad.
Thank you, General. And Halima, what are your views on pricing and generally moving forward on that front, having that bipartisan approach?
Well, I think I totally agree with what Megan and General Petraeus said. I think it was so interesting yesterday, day one of the Global Energy Forum. You had the congressional panel where you had the Republican congressman coming out opposed to carbon pricing, the Democratic congresswoman essentially saying, well, it's just something we'll look at, but we want to move on things with bipartisan support first. And then you had the panel of CEOs, and you had the CEO of United coming out and saying, no, we need a carbon price mechanism. So I do think it's going to be interesting to see actually if you do have the private sector taking the lead on this, and does that potentially move Congress more in that direction?
Fabulous. Thank you, Halima. And unfortunately, we could keep going for another hour, but then we would miss a very important event. But I thank you all for your really incredible insights and thoughts about China, about Russia, about Mideast, the impact of relations with Iran, how we might undertake carbon pricing, and the impacts, most importantly, on what the Biden administration and its efforts on climate will have in the world of energy and geopolitical security. I just want to thank all three of you very much for participating in this discussion, the last panel of the Trump administration, to talk through these issues. I really enjoyed it. I'm sure our audience did as well. And I hope we can do it again next year or even sooner. Thank you so much. And now back over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, General Petraeus, Megan, Halima. And Halima, thank you for being a co-chair of this event. We hugely appreciate RBC's long-standing support for the Global Energy Forum. Everyone should be sure to check out Halima's essay in the Global Energy Agenda, which is a publication we released yesterday. Andrew, what do you think the key takeaways are from this conversation?
Well, clearly the Biden administration's push and stated intent to make foreign policy a core tenet of it as climate policy is going to be the key thing to watch. They're going to insinuate this into every discussion, as Megan said, And it's going to be one of the key takeaways that they try to bring out of every international interaction. General Petraeus talked about the dynamic of having Secretary Blinken and Secretary Kerry, on the same floor, working hand in hand on this issue. It's really going to be the driver of this change that we're going to see in the energy markets. At the same time, as Halima described, we're coming off of a crazy roller coaster year in oil markets and energy markets with geopolitical tensions within OPEC addressing these issues. That will continue in the short to medium term and be a cushion as these changes take place. But like everything else in the pandemic, it has been a quickening of the transitions that we already knew were coming, and it's the same for clean and green energy, no question.
Yeah. Do you think that, going back to your first point about the Biden administration embedding climate action into their entire foreign policy, do you think that that's a realistic goal, or do you think that other foreign policy needs will ultimately take priority as we see climate action has been put off by administration, just because of the pressing need of the moment?
I don't think so. I think that it's got to be insinuated in everything that we do. And an example might be trade wars, which have hurt our ability to use the best clean technology because we might be tariffing essential technology from China. We need to reverse those when it comes to clean energy tech. And we need to up Exim Bank activity, as Senator Murphy wrote in FP yesterday. So I do think it's going to insinuate itself in everything that we do, and it will be part of the pressing priorities that we have in all sorts of spheres. It'll be part and core of everything that the Biden administration undertakes globally.
Andrew, thanks so much. And that's a good point. We have actually a panel on global trade and the energy transition as part of the Global Energy Forum. That's tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. So a really, really important point that you just made that we'll be trying to address. Thank you so much. And really, thank you for coining the term, the last panel of the Trump administration. I wish we had thought of that over here, and I'm really glad that you did. That was fantastic. Thanks so much.
Anytime.
And we hope to see you for the next Global Energy Forum, or if not sooner, but we hope you join us when we do this again in Abu Dhabi next year. We're now moving on to a discussion about what this all means. And you're going to hear from some of the best and brightest in the Atlantic Council family. Our next panel is called Fast Thinking, Views of the Inauguration from Around the World. And it will feature former Prime Minister of Sweden, Carl Bildt, former Secretary General of NATO, Lord Robertson, former Spanish Foreign Minister, Ana Palacio, former U.S. Secretary of Energy, Ernest Moniz, and former National Security Advisor, Stephen Hadley. So we're going to turn back to Fred Kemp now to run this panel. Fred, thank you for that really remarkable commentary during the inauguration. What was one big item that stood out to you from the inauguration?
So for me, and I think we'll talk about it on this panel, is it was focused so much on the domestic situation, healing and unifying the United States. And I think this panel will talk about how that sounds like a domestic message, but that's a global message at the same time. And so I'm really looking forward to this panel drilling deeper. And maybe because the speech itself didn't go so much in international issues, we'll also talk about what are the international issues that are going to creep up on President Biden first, and really won't let him ignore those issues.
Well, Fred, I'm looking forward to that. Over to you.
Thank you, Randy. And this has been a tour de force of you and your team, Randy. Starting yesterday, running through Friday with a full agenda tomorrow. Around the clock, really, programs reaching all corners of the world, Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and here. It is terrific that we've got this this lineup of experts and to do some fast thinking about what they just heard and then put it into context. I'm going to start. The Atlantic Council is about working together with friends and allies to shape the future. And so you're going to hear that with a British, a Swedish, and a Spanish colleague. And I'm going to start with our international partners and then go to our American friends. And maybe I'll start with you, Ana Palacio, former Foreign Minister of Spain and member of the Atlantic Council Board. What did you hear in that is meaningful to you and meaningful to Europe and to Spaniards?
Well, I mean, I think it's meaningful to all of us because it was a domestic speech, but the speech of the city on a hill. There's lighting in the hill, and in the end, it spoke about unity, about truth, about civic responsibility, and this is our common challenge for all democracies all over the world. So it was a speech for all of us in this idea that United States has to lead by example. And again, this idea of exemplarity, we need it badly. We need it from Europe. But as I say, for me, it was a very domestic speech that was extremely universal for all of us that believe in democracy, that fight for democracy, and that have this idea of the shining city on the hill about the United States. It's back. It's not America back. It's this America that is back.
Thank you for that, Ana. And for those who are listening in, you can pose questions through the app, the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum app, which I know most of you have. For those of you who would rather do it over Twitter, you can send it to my own Twitter feed at Fred Kemp. And we'll get your questions in and say to who you are and to whom you'd like to pose your question. Just a real quick follow-up on that, Ana, and then we'll move on, is what are you going to look for in the first days, the first weeks of the Biden administration? What is going to be most important for you to see?
Well, honestly, signs that America is healing itself. I think that this is the message. And by the way, it was truth. I mean, it rang genuine when he says with emotion that they will remember us as they heal broken land. This is what is important. Because without healing, America cannot lead. And America needs to lead in order to lead. Needs to heal, excuse me. It needs to heal in order to lead.
Thank you for that, Ana. And let me pass next to Lord Robertson. Where are you sitting? Are you in London or are you in Scottish climes?
I'm in Scotland. England is underwater with floods, and tonight Scotland is going to be under 2 or 3 feet of snow. So that's where I am watching what's happening in America.
Well, as former NATO Secretary General, but also a former an existing politician in the UK, you know a lot about domestic divisions, but you also know a lot about international challenges of alliances. Tell me how you consumed this inaugural speech and what you were hearing.
Well, I said to myself, glory be, America is back. American leadership is back. You know, for 4 years, even the critics of America felt the vacuum that had been created by the fact that America was not exercising the leadership that the world at the moment needs. There are so many problems facing the world, whether it's migration, climate change, international terrorism, the competing between great powers. All of that needs American leadership. And having known Joe Biden for ages, you know, I just was so comforted today that although he was addressing a domestic audience with some domestic messages, the fact is that the world was listening, the world was wanting American leadership, and I think the world was reassured that America was now going to rebuild alliances that have been damaged. It's going to recreate relationships so important in the world and so important for America's own security and safety. And I think that was the message that came out of it. I wrote down a phrase from Amanda Gorman, the young woman poet who spoke, where she talked about America being bruised but whole. And I think, that is a message that I think will resonate beyond America's shores.
Thank you for that. And then just quickly on the NATO front, there was a lot of hand wringing. NATO's going to be destroyed by President Trump. Well, none of that came to pass in some ways in terms of troops in Europe and troops particularly forward based in Eastern Europe. Some would say it's even stronger. What are you going to be looking for from President Biden as former NATO Secretary General?
Well, I want President Biden to reassure allies that America is still the principal leader within NATO, still robust, still believing that alliances are the best form of defense for the United States of America, and making that message clear. But I also expect, and indeed I want him, to tell the Europeans and NATO that they're going to have to do much more for themselves. They're going to have to do much more in the interests of the whole alliance, and they cannot simply ride along the coattails of American expenditure. I think they got a fright during the Trump administration. They're spending more, but they need to be told that America has got other priorities in the world, and that they therefore have got to do much more to help America, but also to help themselves.
Thank you, Lord Robertson, and also member of our International Advisory Board. Now turning to another member of our International Advisory Board, Carl Bildt, former Prime Minister of Sweden, Foreign Minister of Sweden. With what sort of ear were you hearing this inaugural speech? What did you hear, and what are you looking for going forward?
Well, I think it was a rather unique inaugural speech in that the focus was almost unique. It was uniquely domestic. It was healing the nation, repairing the rifts in the fabric of American politics. I mean, he had a phrase here. He said, "End this uncivil war." Another way of saying that the United States is in an uncivil war, and his number one priority, 1, 2, 3. Which is necessary also from the point of view of the outside world, is to repair that. And that's not going to be entirely easy. It was a good speech, it was a good start, but I think everyone who follows the political affairs of the US knows that it's an uphill battle and a lot needs to be done. The word was fairly absent. I mean, I think he had 2 passing references to the climate challenge, and he mentioned the need to repair relationship with allies. But otherwise, if you were to prepare or compare these speeches over the decades, I think this was probably the one that was the most focused on solely domestic affairs and healing the nation, which is understandable, necessary, and also precondition for America taking a stronger role in the world.
And it's very interesting. Not only was President Trump not mentioned any time in the speech, neither was China, neither was Russia, neither was NATO. No. There wasn't any of that. And so,
no, but it was Fred. It was an anti-Trump speech. Yeah. Every single sentence without mentioning the name.
Exactly. But in terms of and then I'm going to turn to our 2 American speakers. But in the opening months, maybe 100 days, 6 months of this administration, what is the international issue you want to watch most? What is most important from a European and from your Swedish point of view?
Well, I think first he's got to reach out to allies and just sort of symbolically say, we think that you are important, and initiate a dialogue on different issues. Then the climate issues are imperative. We have the COP26 coming up in Glasgow in November. That's practically tomorrow. We have all of the vaccine and the vaccine nationalism issues that needs to be addressed. We are not safe from this pandemic until all of the world is safe. And then I think there is a slight urgency to sorting out how to handle JCPOA in order to prevent a new crisis in that part of the world.
Thank you so much. President Biden plans to sign 15 executive orders today. The undoing the Muslim travel ban, the Paris Climate Agreement coming back into it, national mask mandate and others. Let me turn to Secretary Moniz, and so Prime Minister Belt, Minister Palacio, Lord Robertson, thank you so much for this. Secretary Moniz, can you give us what you heard? Everyone listens to this speech with a different set of ears. You've obviously served in the Obama administration. How would you compare this to Obama inaugural speeches, and what did you hear in this that resonates with you?
Well, Fred, first of all, I certainly endorse what our colleagues have said about this being a domestically focused speech of international implications. But I'd like to just add that it is comforting to hear our colleagues from Europe and the UK talk about restoration of American leadership, and that will obviously require some blocking and tackling, like restoring alliances, restoring trade relationships, restoring international financial institutions and the like. But I guess I'm going to add a qualifier to their statements, and that is that while I think President Biden is almost the ideal person for this rebuilding task, his long-standing relationships and skill at coalition building will be very important. But I guess I'd like to hear perhaps more from our international colleagues about whether they really believe there will be full trust in the United States until, frankly, we've gone through at least one or two more presidential election cycles, frankly, in which the normalcy of our politics can be reinforced. So I think that's very important. Secondly, in terms of the executive orders that you mentioned, Fred, the committee will immediately be challenged by some of those. For example, the immigration statements, et cetera. You know, I think of the president as having a critical role as the chief risk officer to ameliorate catastrophic risk to Americans and to our global partners. And I think I would list among those catastrophic risks: climate, the pandemic, clearly, cyber. A variety of nuclear issues, including, as was mentioned by Carl, Iran, North Korea should be in there as well. And I think on some of those, I'm optimistic about a more bipartisan approach, like on the pandemic, like on cyber. I'm not optimistic about that being that bipartisanship being easily won in the nuclear arena, those cases that I just mentioned. And on climate, I think it'll be a mixed bag. In terms of bipartisanship. For example, we've seen even in these 4 years, the innovation agenda for clean energy has actually garnered quite strong bipartisan support. And I think that's a door ready to be swung open even wider. Whereas when it comes to comprehensive climate policy, where even with the Democratic majority in the Senate, the very slim majority, it's going to be difficult to get coherent policy. So I think those are some of the challenges now that I see that will hopefully be helped by his unifying message, but are going to be challenged as soon as we start getting into some of these policy specifics. And as he said, it would be wonderful if we could have civil discussions about those differences of policy.
One quick question for you before I turn to Steve Hadley. And then also among this group, as we get going, please intervene on each other. Let's make this a live discussion. I'll also throw in questions from others so you can respond to what others have said. But so much of, wasn't much discussed in the speech, but so much of what has been planned for the administration places clean energy, climate action, as well as international cooperation on all of this at the heart of a post-pandemic future. What do you think in concrete terms you're going to see earliest, most different from a Biden administration? Obviously, Secretary Kerry, who you served with, is going to be the climate czar, so to speak.
Well, John Kerry's appointment as the international envoy clearly was a major signal, including his cabinet level appointment, et cetera. But in terms of the czardom, we have to remember that there's also a major contingent in the White House, Gina McCarthy and Brian Deese and many others. So I think for one thing, and I think this is where remote working challenges things more than the opportunity to really sit together routinely. It's going to require real teamwork on this this group of John Kerry, the White House, but also to remember that almost every cabinet appointment across the government has been emphasized as one that will reinforce climate. For example, Janet Yellen, the Treasury, being a major advocate for charging for carbon emissions. So I think today we will have executive actions that roll back some of the Trump rollbacks on efficiency standards and methane emissions and the like. We will also have new ground, like emphasizing the social cost of carbon in cost-benefit analyses, like having corporate risk disclosures for climate become paramount. The Gary Gensler appointment at the SEC highlights that. But again, when it comes to getting nationwide climate policy, this is going to be a real coalition building exercise and a tough one because I don't think we are there yet in a bipartisan way.
Thank you so much. So Steve, National Security Advisor, you've been through transitions, you heard the inaugural. What are your own takeaways from what you've experienced today?
Well, I thought it was a terrific inaugural address. I thought the president said exactly what needed to be said. You know, I think the country's had a bit of a crisis of confidence. It's been a tough 4 years. January 6th and the disruption in the Capitol really, I think, shook the country. And I think what the president set for himself was to reassure Americans that we can have faith in our democratic principles, in our democratic institutions. We can have faith in our values, and that if we pull together and are true to those values, as he said, there's no problem we cannot solve. Now, I suppose some people will say that's rather hyperbolic, but I think the essence of what he was trying to say, and he's right about it, was he had a phrase that democracy is fragile but resilient. And we saw the fragility of democracy with the challenges to our most recent election, culminating in the demonstrations January 6th at the Capitol. I think the story that people are beginning to write is the resilience of our democracy, that in the midst of a pandemic, when rules of how to vote had been radically changed, the American people figured out how to cast their votes. We had the highest turnout since 1900, 120 years. And it was a free and fair election. And we saw in all the challenges, people at local levels, local state attorney generals, a lot of them young, a lot of them women, running a terrific, what turned out to be a very free and fair election, and then resisting both legal challenges, which were rejected by Republican judges, Democratic judges, some judges even appointed by President Trump, and then the political pressures. And we stood up, they stood up to those. The institutions worked, the electoral structure worked. We have a new president. And I think, again, he captured it right. It's fragile, but it's resilient. And I think in some sense, what the president wanted to do was to rally the American people behind those institutions, behind our democratic principles, and say, we can succeed against the challenges we've got. And I think he accomplished that. Yeah, yes, it's only one speech. Yes, we're going to have to see what he does. But tone is important. And I think he set the right tone. And I think he had the right message for the American people.
So follow up for you, Steve, and then I'll watch in front of me, all of you, to see when you want to jump in, and I'll throw in some questions as well. One question that I got is Jake Sullivan is the new National Security Advisor. Work starts, I assume, right away. How are the first hours conducted in a new presidency? Obviously, this is a little bit different because President Biden has been Vice President Biden, so he's been through a lot of this before. But what are the crucial issues? And then maybe a second thinly related question. You just talked about the resilience of our institutions, democracy. That speech would suggest that our international obligations at the moment either have to take a little bit of a back seat to what we need to get done domestically, or are one and the same. And I'd love to have you talk about that. By the way, for those of you listening in, Steve Hadley is not only former National Security Advisor, he's the Executive Vice Chair of the Atlantic Council Board. So he is responsible from the board position of helping us think through strategy, both for the institution and how we want to address strategic issues as an Atlantic Council in terms of the global picture.
I thought Anna Palacio had it right. While it was, as Carl Bildt said, it was a speech directed at a domestic audience, the content of it was really a message, I think, for democratic, loving people around the world. And, America will not be successful leading in partnership with our friends and allies in the world if we do not have a firm foundation at home, economically and politically. So in some sense, I think it was a message to our foreign partners and friends and allies that America is emphasizing and returning to those democratic principles which we've stood for in the world and which have been such an important part of our leadership. So I would say while the message was domestically focused, it actually was one that was sending a very strong message to the world that, as President Biden said, America wants not to be an example of power, but to show the power of its example. And I think that message is going to be well received. In terms of what they're starting to do now, every new president comes in. Increasingly, there is a list of executive orders which kind of clear some of the debris. But one of the things that the chief of staff and the national security advisor and the folks have been doing, I'm sure, is scripting what the first day of the president's life is going to be, what the first week is going to be, what the first month is going to be, and then what are the first 100 days. And there's a lot of talk in those opening days about what does the president want to do? What do the American people need to see the president doing? And what does the international community need to see? Who does the president call? In what order? And what is the message? So there's a lot of scripting that goes on to get the new president launched. And I think that's probably what you're going to see unfolding in the next day and a week or two ahead.
Okay.
Fred, may I jump in?
Go ahead, Anna.
You asked me, what do we expect from the United States? And I said, signals that the United States is healing, because without healing, the United States cannot lead. But the other aspect that we expect is signals that the leadership of the United States has changed, that it is really an inclusive leadership. I mean, I don't have, and I think none of us from the other side of the pond have to prove our Atlanticist credentials. Nevertheless, honestly, when you have been in office with an American administration many times, you took for granted your allies. What I think that is this new inclusive leadership. This really, this leadership, because the leadership, I think we understand that it has to be America. And I hope that, I don't want to touch upon this because Carl Bildt wrote a fantastic piece at the Project Syndicate explaining the mistrust that there is, and not just in Europe. So I won't touch on this, but I think that we expect a 21st century leadership of the United States that has to be inclusive. It's not the hegemonic leadership taking your allies for granted. It has to be different. And I think that the message of this first speech, and I hope that it will be followed by executive orders, by moves that will prove that this America that just will lead by example but we lead by example in an inclusive way.
Fred, if I could just add
Please.
foot stop on what Anna said, I think it's very important. I've talked to people about how America has to lead in a different way because the context has now changed, not just the last 4 years, but more broadly. And so when we talk about, Americans tend to talk about American leadership and return to leadership. For some people, that sounds like the soft hegemony of American power. And I would like to see our leaders talk more about engagement and partnership and inclusion, as Anna did, so that it recognizes we want to lead in a very inclusive way where we're going to listen to our partners as we come together with our own policies so that we can work these issues together, because in some sense, the issues are sufficiently daunting and the agenda is so robust and the challenges are so great that if we cannot find a way to do it together, the United States with our friends and allies, we're not going to succeed.
Thanks,
It's as simple as that.
thanks, Steve, for that.
Strongly.
Yeah,
Can I just strongly agree with what Steve has just said? Because, the president went on about democracy today, and there is a crisis of democracy in the world. Not just in the United States. I heard Megyn Kelly last night being interviewed on British television, and saying, can he unite the country? And she said, no, not easily, because Trump was a symptom, not the cause of the problem of the division inside the United States. But across the world, the rise of authoritarianism is something that bothers me and should bother a lot of people as well. So America has got to lead by example, but it's got to do it in a muscular sense as well. We're going to have to establish those democratic principles of the rule of law and the separation of church and state and private property and mixed economy. These are things that are now, I fear, going out of fashion, but which he's going to have to take a lead on. And I think he articulated that today. And I think it resonates in a world community as well.
So let me turn next. Ernie. I'm going to, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to go with first names here. But let me turn to Ernie, and then I have a question for the international group and a question for the American group. But Ernie.
No, I just wanted to comment that I strongly agree with the three perspectives we just heard. But I do want to add, to be explicit, frankly, the issue of taking allies for granted also has the flip side in the past of allies taking the United States for granted.
Right.
And so I think we really do have a joint effort called for in that context, and certainly in the context that George just referred to in terms of the challenges to democracy, unfortunately, throughout the democratic world.
Thank you for that. So for Carl, Anna, and George, and this is related questions on your view of the United States. How deep is distrust right now for the United States is essentially the question. And Ernie pointed to this as well. And what is it going to take? Is it going to take a couple of presidencies, or can this inauguration in 6 months do a lot of good? Or have things shifted among our partners and allies? And I wonder if the second part of this is what impact, because there's going to be a lot of emphasis in the Biden administration to social justice and equity. Does that have an impact internationally in how you look at the United States as a partner or a leader? So why don't I start with you, Carl, and then go to Anna and George, and then I'll come back to Steve and Ernie with a question for our Americans.
Well, things have shifted. As Steve indicated, it's a different world today. So it requires a different way of handling. That's certainly from the US side, also from the European side, no question about that. But I think the conditions for doing that are much better now. I mean, the big shift, if I see it from the European side, is that we will have a perfectly normal person in the White House that you can have perfectly normal conversations with. And even if our focus now is on Joe Biden as president, we should not forget that he has an extremely experienced, well-known, good foreign policy team that one can connect with. Then on the question, I wouldn't say mistrust, but I would definitely say nervousness. Europe is nervous. Europe is nervous when they see in America in crisis. I mean, to take the Joe Biden phrase, uncivil war. January 6th was a shock to Europeans. We trust the relationship across the Atlantic. We are dependent upon it, perhaps over-dependent on it, as was pointed out. And when this America is in such a profound crisis, we get nervous. And there was also the reflection on, of course, the election result. I mean, Donald Trump had a very impressive election result, no question about that. He had the highest result for any sitting president, I understand. Joe Biden was, of course, even more, but it's not over until it's over. And you can see in the European media and debate discussion whether, when history is written, is it going to be Trump or Biden that is the parenthesis in the long run? And of course, that introduces an element of nervousness at the same time as there's a sort of an intense hope that the president succeeds, that the healing works, and that we can work together constructively on all of the issues.
Thank you. Anna, you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, just pointing to something that Ernst Moniz said, I think that the negotiation of the Paris Agreement is just an example of inclusiveness. And Ernst played a key role. And this is the kind of expectation that Europeans have. And it was not easy. We wanted a legally binding instrument. And we were convinced in great part by your team and by you yourself. Having said that, you know what, Ernst? The leadership entails some other responsibilities. So you are absolutely right. And I think that we Europeans, and George Robertson said it, in NATO, we have to take our part of the burden and we have to be there. And we have to balance our speech about strategic autonomy, which is now one of these buzz expressions that circulate in Brussels. Each one puts in it what the wishes or the non-wishes. Nobody knows exactly what this means, and nobody wants to have it defined. But it's a fantastic buzzword. But we need to be realistic about this strategic autonomy, realistic in delivering on the one hand side, and then on our dependence in security terms are not just, and our call to the United States. You have mentioned the COVID. I mean, this morning, Ursula von der Leyen, so the Secretary of the Commission, went to the European Parliament and made a speech about the inauguration, which is, it's kind of exceptional. We have a communication on bilateral relations from December, but she went there and she insisted on this idea of having the government of the United States participating in the COVAX, which is this initiative, and highlighting, because I think that we also have to highlight all what United States is doing and has been doing beyond the Trump administration. And she was highlighting private actors and other actors. And one of the things that we learned during the Trump years is that there was much more about the United States internationally than the White House, that there were states and governors and private people and companies and mayors and a bunch of people, judges that were there. So again, you are right. We need to clarify ourselves, and this is our challenge. Of course, I always say that we have gone a long way. And in some issues, for instance, in Brexit, we prove that we can stand together when we think that this is systemic, existential. I think that now the European Union has to get a realistic, systemic, existential dialogue with the United States that will encompass COVID, will encompass, of course, climate change, because for us, climate change is in our hearts. We
Thank-
consider that we are the standard bearers of the climate change initiative. And we need to establish, but not just on climate change, on technologies. And I think that one issue, which is, it's not strategy, it's tactics, but it's important, is to establish concrete channels. We have this bilateral council on energy. We need to have something similar on technologies, on COVID, on all the challenges that were appointed. Last but not least, just one sentence on the justice. I think that for us in Europeans, there are things that there are people without health insurance or without health. This is something that we cannot understand, as simple as that. So yes, we very much welcome that there are signs there that you go a bit European. Don't go European in other areas, but on this one, yes.
Thank you, Anna. So President Biden's departing right now to Arlington Cemetery to lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier with the First Lady. George, just very quickly on the issue that came up, but particularly in relation to the U.S. as a trusted and reliable ally. To what degree has that suffered, and what does it take, or not, and what what impact does this inauguration have in the first weeks, months of the the Biden administration? Again, to the question from the audience of can one just overnight say black is white and white is black, or is there going to be a real gray area for a long time?
Well, Carl was right when he said that the rest of the world is still nervous. People look at 74 million people voting for Donald Trump in this election, and that nervousness will continue because America is bitterly split. But we don't really have any right to be judgmental. These splits exist elsewhere. Populism is not confined to the United States. Look at Hungary. Look at Poland. Look at what happened in my country with Brexit and leaving the European Union. These sentiments around that Joe Biden identified today in our societies. When he talked about facts that are facts that are manipulated or even manufactured. These are serious challenges that we Democratic politicians have got to face up to, and it's not just in the United States. So there is a collective effort going to be required to build back the trust and the engagement that is going to be required. How do we face up to the challenge of China? Not just the trade issues that have polarized America and China at the moment, but the Belt and Road policy, the mischief making by a resurgent Russia, the assertion by people in the world against the old order. These are big challenges that will have to take place, but the recovery has started today because Biden has made it absolutely clear that America is back in the leadership chair.
And let me now turn to, thank you for that. Then let me turn to.
Fred, could I just?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, okay, Fred. I just want to add on that point.
Sure.
This question of the trust. I raised earlier this issue of
right.
The trust may be taking a while to settle down, but I believe, and I think Steve would probably align with this statement, that I think it's going to be very difficult to truly rebuild the trust until we return to some greater degree of bipartisanship on international issues. If I were a non-American looking at America and seeing what's happened, I would be very, 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 very nervous in terms of committing without seeing a administration, congressional, Republican, Democratic improvement in communication and convergence towards some common positions.
Ray, thank you for that, Steve. That's a good segue, and this will be for both of you. And that is, what foreign policy issues will President Biden have the toughest time on working across the aisle? And what will be the areas where he can find bipartisanship the fastest? Let me just leave it at that. I mean, we've seen some of the testimony yesterday from the new Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, on China. But I'll come back to a follow-up question, but just let's use that question. Where is he going to have the toughest time working across the aisle on foreign policy issues, and where can he find bipartisanship the fastest? Steve, why don't we start with you?
So I think there's a lot of consensus about the need to use friends and allies. I think there's a lot of consensus that if you're going to deal with China, it is going to take the combined diplomatic and political influence and, quite frankly, the combined GDPs of the United States and friends and allies to have enough leverage to change, to have any chance of changing some of China's behavior. So I think this working with allies, particularly on issue of China, I think there'll be a lot of resonance. I think there's a lot of consensus on China policy. I think there will be some turning down of the rhetoric, probably some narrowing of the executive orders that the Trump administration has issued. But I think there's a lot of bipartisan consensus in the American public and in the Capitol Hill on China. So I think that will be a good one. I think Iran is going to be one of the more divisive issues. And my worry is that the Biden administration will kind of put the needle down and where they were in 2016, 2017, when they left office. And Ernie can speak to this, but I think there are problems in the agreement that were recognized. Ernie would say there were some limitations of the agreement because it's now 6 years after the agreement was put in place. Some of the limits are expiring. So the question of how you get back into the agreement is a question. And I hope that the Biden administration would recognize that while the nuclear issue is important, that two things. One, our allies from the region need to be participants this time in the way they were not. And secondly, that at the same time we work the nuclear issue, we have to also address what Iran is doing with its ballistic missiles and its regional area and in the regional disruption. If I think the Biden administration takes that broader view, there's a chance of bringing some Republicans along, but I think it's going to be a real challenge to manage it. And I think Ernie's going to have an important role. A lot will depend on how the president does in his opening rounds with the Congress. I think he can get bipartisan support for more aggressive action against the coronavirus. I think he can get bipartisan support for an economic relief package to help the country get through the coronavirus. I would think there's a good chance he can get bipartisan cooperation on an infrastructure bill, particularly digital infrastructure, particularly broadband for rural areas, things like that. And if he can deliver on those, I think it sends a message to Ernie's point that there is, and to the world, that there is a possibility of Republican and Democratic cooperation. In that respect, I put one footnote. I was a little surprised to hear that people are saying that President Biden is going to lead very quickly with an immigration reform package. And that is tricky. I mean, President Bush had an immigration reform. We thought we would get it. We did not. There was then the 2017, I think, effort. Maybe I've got the date wrong, that Senator McCain was involved in. Maybe it was 2013. That failed. Immigration post-Trump is still a very divisive issue. And I think one of the things that the administration needs to do is really think about that. Their view may be there has to be addressed and that their leverage is greatest having just come into office. But if the president is defeated on immigration reform, I think that's a real blow.
Thank you for that, Stephen. Ernie, I obviously addressed the entire issue, but you were so deeply involved in the negotiation of JCPOA. I'd particularly like to hear your response on that.
Yeah, I'll come to that, Fred. Let me just make one point on what Steve just raised on the immigration, because I actually raised the issue of the executive order that I understand will come out today on path to citizenship. Just as a footnote, I believe there was a window where the immigration reform could have been successfully pursued, and that was in the 2009-2010 timeframe. The stars were kind of aligned briefly, but President Obama chose to make the healthcare issue the lead one. Another controversial issue, and I think that moment passed, shall we say, on the immigration. Whether it's back, well, we're going to find out soon. I think on the original question, Fred, first, I'll comment on Iran, but first, to use as the example what's been discussed about China, where clearly there are national security issues, there are trade issues, there are climate issues. And I think that I agree with the statement that this is a place, and Steve mentioned combined GDP. I strongly agree that we are not, frankly, using our market power collectively in terms of those discussions. But that's where, going back to what Anna said, is troubling, to be perfectly honest. I'm not criticizing the action, but the fact of Europe and China doing a trade deal just before Biden came in does not sound to me like optimum timing to have a joint strategy put together. So we got to get our act together collectively, and that includes, in addition, of course, our Asian friends, Japan and Korea and the like. So we got some work to do, and it's all of us in that context. Now, on Iran, I certainly agree with most of what Steve has said, and we'll be comparing notes later. But I think it's very important to start not with a mother may I. That is, I think there is no doubt the president has said he is going to rejoin diplomacy on Iran, not a mother may I, but really serious discussions first with both sides of the aisle in Congress, with our European allies, and with our Middle East allies. Again, it's not mother may I, it's how are we going to constructively go to a JCPOA plus. And I think to do that, the president and his team are going to have to be prepared right from the beginning to emphasize, yeah, we see JCPOA as a potential stepping stone towards JCPOA plus. But the question is, how are we going to maintain the leverage to make sure that negotiation is going to be seriously enjoined? I mean, I have my own ideas on that, but I think the main thing is we got to have a plan about leverage to go beyond JCPOA.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. And the other, on the China issue, it's interesting that Secretary Pompeo went out with the State Department branding what's happening to the Uyghurs as genocide. But then interesting that Tony Blinken in his confirmation hearings said, yes, I agree with that. Yeah. So a point where you might see, this is being imposed on us.
And Fred, could I just add one last point on it? Is with I mentioned security and trade and climate. Yet together, we have got to find a way, even as we have some tough stuff with China to deal with, let's say on security, but we got to find a way to get back to what we had going to Paris, which was working together with China on climate.
Fred, that I think is the real challenge. Yeah. Not to basically downplay all the other issues we have with China in the name of the cooperation for the dealing with the climate issue. We've got to figure out, and we've got to be very tough-minded about this, to say cooperation on climate is not a favor China is doing for us. It's something China needs done and that its population is demanding. And therefore, we can at the same time cooperate with China on climate change, but still address these other aspects of Chinese behavior that really we, our friends, United States and friends and allies, have a common interest in getting addressed.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, could I just say on the China, China is undoubtedly a very big issue for Europe as well. I mean, what's been happening now this year is quite remarkable in the sense that China is now a bigger trading partner for Europe than the United States. And the fact that we have the Chinese economy growing and trade with China growing while both the US or the North American and the Western European economies are declining, it's a shift that is happening in the world. And I talked to some economists the other day that pointed out that the Chinese consumer market is going to be what drives the global economy in the next few years. That's sort of the reality. On the agreement that was mentioned, the EU-China investment agreement, that had been negotiated for 7 years without much of a progress. Some of it is sort of catching up with what the US already had. But in the beginning of last year, it was made clear that it's make it or break it, we said to the Chinese. If we don't finish it this year, skip it. So it was essentially an ultimatum from the beginning of this year that either you do something that is decent or we skip the entire thing. And the Chinese folded, which was good from our point of view, and to some extent just catching up with what the US got, but some other things as well.
Carl, that's a really interesting
I mean,
point. Just 1 second, and I'll pass you.
Yeah,
it's
sorry,
a really
sorry.
interesting point because the Chinese folded after the election of Biden.
Yeah.
So they wanted to close this deal, and they really pushed it forward after the election. So it also shows that Xi Jinping is seizing an opportunity as quickly.
Yeah, and true, absolutely. They saw the strategic need to do this. They are doing another thing which I think we should note. They are saying, let's see if it happens, that they will join the CPTPP. I can see the strategic imperative.
Not all of our listeners will know what that acronym stands for.
No, but it's the old TPP.
Yeah.
That for Canadian domestic consumption, they had to call progressive in order to get it through. But it's the TPP that sort of Trump went out of. That's a much more ambitious trade agreement than the RCEP, which they already signed. And I have my doubts whether they will be able to live up to the commitments in the TPP. But if they do, then it's a game changer. If they move in that direction, it's clearly going to be pressure on the Europeans to do the same, by the way. The Brits are intending to do it, and tremendous pressure on the US.
Anna, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, well, we don't have time, but I think that the angle that Carl presented on the bilateral agreement stands, but there are other aspects. And frankly, we cannot forget that this was done the last day of the German presidency, and there are other aspects. But for me, what is important here is the ambivalence, the many Europeans sitting on the fence. And Carl, again, very diplomatically has said his nervousness. No, it's mistrust. This is what at least our surveys say, that 60% of the Europeans think that the American system is broken. And therefore, they sit on the fence thinking that because of our need to find a future, we can find some kind of arrangement with China. Forgetting, because what has not been said, and I hope that the Biden administration will be extremely tough, is that we have the language of the agreement is that China will make its best efforts to ratify for instance, the forced work labor treaties of the International Labor Organization. I mean, honestly, we cannot stand and say that we stand by liberal democracy and by human rights and accept this language in a treaty. We all have been obliged to negotiate, and negotiation is tough, and especially with China today because of the aggressiveness of their foreign policy. But there are things that you cannot sign as a European, for instance, this language. And the problem is that there is a public opinion in all our member states that just thinks, okay, well, you know, if we have to make a living with China, let's go for it.
So we're the Atlantic Council. We're down 4, maximum 5 minutes left here. What I think I'm hearing from the Americans is there's a chance for bipartisan consensus on China, but across the Atlantic, there's a chance that we may disagree and not be able to get our act together on China. It's very hard to imagine Biden administration with the way the Democratic Party has felt about trade agreements being forward-leaning there. The other question that's come out is, can pandemic recovery serve to strengthen existing relationships? So maybe for this last round, just each of you, what is the transatlantic issue you think is the most promising? If you wanted to, the EU reached out quickly, even before the administration came in. But what are the points one could put on the board in the first 3-6 months transatlantically from what you've heard today and what in general, and maybe just 30 seconds to a minute for each of you, and go in whatever order you jump in, and we'll get through everybody.
Can I just say a word on behalf of the outgoing administration? One of the things that they managed to do was to break the logjam in the Middle East, and the UAE, Bahrain, Israel accord is something I think that can be built on. I think it'll be an area, because the Middle East is still in turmoil with Syria, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia. This is still a massively dangerous area for all of us. So I think that's an area where I think he can find some common ground, and where the Europeans will be very much on side there again. But again, it comes back to this whole question about allies and relationships and rebuilding the trust. A lot of these relationships were damaged, but they were not broken. And I think, therefore, if they reach out, rebuild them, I think there's a lot of promise in the post-pandemic world where we can all work together to make the world a bit safer than it is just now.
You see, I think the Abraham Accords is a place where you could get transatlantic agreement, even though Europe thus far hasn't been as enthusiastic about them. Ernie.
Okay, all right. Then I'll jump in on your pandemic question. I think an area. I mean, clearly there are many things about COVID, and I agree with the earlier comment about addressing developing countries, et cetera. However, my focus instead will be transatlantic, others as well, but transatlantic leadership in addressing the issue of avoiding future pandemics. The reality is we all talk about this COVID as being the pandemic of the century. I have no understanding why one would reach that conclusion. We have already had 6 pandemics, only one COVID scale, obviously, in this century. This is the 3rd COVID epidemic of this century, 20 years. We got a big problem. And so I think that, and frankly, look, one of my organizations, the Nuclear Threat Initiative, we work very closely with the World Economic Forum, with a very strong European base, of course, working with business, et cetera, trying to establish issues like international screening mechanisms for DNA synthesis. International, we need a UN, probably UN-based international normative entity for advanced biology, if you like, et cetera. So I think this is a fantastic area where pooling our resources, we can make a big difference in terms of truly making COVID a once-in-a-century pandemic, and not the every 5 years pandemic that I fear is possible.
That's terrific. Then let's do.
Fred, let me just add to that quickly.
And Steve.
I agree. I think cooperation on pandemics between the United States and Europe is terrific. And I think if we can come to some consensus there, we can actually provide leadership more globally, and may even eventually get China to play in such a regime. I think in addition, this new administration, I hope, will join the COVAX effort, which is an effort to get vaccines to the developing world. I think if the United States and Europe were to come together and really put resources and support behind that effort, it would be a terrific message, not only of U.S.-European cooperation, but a terrific message by the new administration to the developing world, that we understand and we care about what happens to them in managing this terrible disease.
Public health is a way of coming together. Carl, and then Anna. to close us?
Well, the COVAX obviously reform and augmentation of the World Health Organization, and hopefully sort of the Atlantic world can take the lead, but we need the Africans, we need the Indians, we need the Chinese. I mean, otherwise it's not going to work. So that's important. Diplomacy and everything working up to COP26. There are a couple of difficult issues. The carbon border adjustment mechanism, it sounds awful and highly technocratic, but it could be sort of explosive if we don't handle that right in the Atlantic world. And then there are a set of digital issues that require urgent attention. The privacy shield arrangement for free data flows across the Atlantic has been put aside by the European Court. We need to have a new arrangement. There are a couple of things on digital taxes that are boiling that needs to be handled fairly fast. And overall, on the digital issues, long term, it is, if we don't get our act together across the Atlantic, the Chinese will have us for lunch in 30 years.
Thank you for that, Carl. And we don't want to be lunch.
Well,
Anna.
you know, I mean, I fully agree. I could have said any of the above, plus climate change. We are waiting for United States on climate change. We Europeans, we care about this. And I think that in innovation, for instance, United States has a lot to bring to the table, from carbon capture and usage to nuclear modular to on this. But I will take my cue, you know, multilateralism. I mean, I know that there is a lot of words around this, but we need a different attitude that is shown in the WTO in practical issues. And we really expect that this administration will make a U-turn on multilateralism.
So thank you for that closing. Secretary Madeleine Albright likes to say that Americans don't like multilateralism because it has too many syllables and it ends with ism. So I love it. This was a great closing round of just a remarkable group of people. What an incredible panel. I hope we can reassemble you at various times over the year. I like the way we ended because it's really now what can we grab that's positive? This is an opportunity. We think there's a chance for a transformative presidency here, but it's not a transformative presidency if you don't have a transformed transatlantic relationship, our view. And so it's interesting, Abraham Accords is a good positive. Iran, we have to deal with it, But the Abraham Accords is something that's happening positively. I like that. We've been arguing on behalf of a pandemic prevention board, and starting across the Atlantic would be a great thing, also including the private sector. The digital issues, Carl, that you brought to bear also, as I joked, we don't want to be lunch, but the fact of the matter is we would have the biggest free digital space if we could in the world, if we could get our act together. So these are all just terrific ideas. On behalf of this audience, which spans time zones across the world, the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum, thanks to all of you for participating. Thanks as well for the roles that you're playing on the Atlantic Council Board and International Advisory Board. And I'm told I'm passing back to Command Central and Randy Bell to send us into whatever we're doing next. Randy?
Thank you, Fred. As we wrap up a 4-hour block centered around this transformative moment for the United States and its role in the world, I want to ask you, Fred, what were your biggest takeaways? What one message should our international audience take from its first look at now President Biden?
You can't imagine a better president for this time of healing and unifying because he's credible. When he says these things, he's said them before. When he talks to Secretary McConnell or Congressman McCarthy about working across the aisle, he's done it before. And so if you want a calming presence right now, it really sounded the calming presence. I also kept wanting to have that split screen showing me what was happening 2 weeks ago on Capitol Hill compared to now. And this gets to Steve's point, which is the resilience of our institutions rather than the vulnerability. I don't particularly like fragility. I think vulnerability, because I'm not sure they're all that fragile, but I know that was what the president said. And so what I take away from this is a historic opportunity with lots of landmines and lots of roadblocks and lots of problems. And that if we actually help this opportunity right now, and that is the purpose of the Atlantic Council, we could have a transformative presidency. We could take the transatlantic relationship in another direction. And what I fear is if we don't do it, will we have another chance that's this good? And so, I was thinking a lot of those things while I was watching it. And the key quotes that we'll take away is the uncivil war. I think that's going to be, he's not a person who likes rhetorical flourishes, but that's going to be the quote, I think, that lasts, and the whole unification message. So it's a lot. And what I took from this panel, Randy, is how many issues are on the plate. And so if one doesn't get one's act together inside the country, how can one ever take on the rest of these issues? And so this panel really brought that to bear in a powerful way.
Fred, thank you. And I think that's absolutely right. Why we're all here at the Atlantic Council, why we are here at this event today and yesterday and tomorrow and Friday, is to be supportive in what is a potentially transformative moment. And I know, one of the key takeaways from the Global Energy Agenda, the report we published yesterday, was that just in the energy and climate space, there is a remarkable opportunity, perhaps one that we've never seen before, to actually address climate change. But the flip side was that all of our survey respondents said that the biggest risk to meeting the net zero 2050 goals that we've started setting for ourselves is political will. And so I just hope that over the next couple months and years, that the Atlantic Council and our greater community can play a role in supporting and helping to provide the space for that political will to accomplish this set of goals. We really are at a key moment. Thank you, Fred. Really, thanks so much for leading
Randy,
the charge.
Just to end on a somewhat lighter note, just so you know how nimble the Atlantic Council is, our office is actually in the screened off area. It would have been very difficult for us to operate out of our offices or a studio in our offices this week. So Randy's studio is in the front room of his home. And he's been doing it all week with his amazing Global Energy Center team. So thanks so much to you and your team, Randy.
Fred, thanks, and thank you for coming by the house yesterday. And just for everybody to know, my dog is actually lying on the floor right behind me. So it really is working from home in a whole new way. So thank you, Fred, for leading the charge for the past few hours and really pulling together the programming on this really important for the United States and for the world. I know we'll be talking about these ideas to the rest of our programming over the next day and a half, and then the Atlantic Council will continue on from there. So thank you.
And on this U.S. Inauguration Day, we could have not picked a better theme, I don't think, for our session, reimagining the transatlantic energy and climate relationship. We know that Joe Biden is rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement as first-tier priority and has been forthright in his goal to accelerate a green energy transition that could include a $2 trillion spending package for new energy infrastructure and, of course, development. We will see a move away from the administration focused on U.S. supremacy of oil and gas production that we've had for the last 4 years to one that will have a senior diplomat in John Kerry not only be the special envoy for climate change, but also sit on the National Security Council and work with its transatlantic partners to make COP26 a success at the end of the year in Glasgow. I concluded a year-long series for CNN called the Global Energy Challenge with a special look at how some governments around the world did not let the energy shock triggered by the pandemic go to waste, if you will, and then accelerated their plans to develop programs for net zero by 2050, if not much earlier, and that's been the case on many occasions, with Germany, France, the UK, and Denmark leading that drive in the European Union. We included all four of those in the special that we shot last August to air in September. Extraordinary in that lockdown situation that they could still drive these policies forward. So a couple of key overarching questions to address in our hour together. Can the transatlantic corridor for collaboration be reestablished under a new administration? And do we think that it can set the benchmark for work within the G20 and beyond, of course, for establishing a deeper commitment in the lead up to COP26. We have a fantastic panel. I know everybody likes to say that as they get things started, but this one I can rest assured is both timely on the news front because of what's transpiring in Washington today, but also with the depth of knowledge that we have around the virtual table. Let's welcome the Director General for Energy at the European Commission, Dieter Jorgensen. Dieter, it's great to have you on board. His Excellency Michael Kurtyka is the Minister of Climate and Environment for the Republic of Poland. He's nodding there. And a very familiar face to us at the Atlantic Council, the founding chairman of the Global Energy Center, Ambassador Richard Morningstar. It's great to have all three of you in. Just to lay the groundwork here for our audience, we know that there's a question and answer box on the page here on the device and welcoming you on the platform. It's in the upper right-hand corner. We welcome the Q&A. They'll be fed to me by my smartphone, and we'd love to have you as part of the dialogue. This will last 1 hour in time, and I'm inviting our panelists, of course, to continue a very robust debate after we get through a couple of rounds of questions. I want to start kind of oddly here, just giving one similar question to all three of you, and I'll start with Dieter here. And this is a key question. Is it that easy to reset relations? I noticed that the head of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, didn't waste any time coming right out of the box saying, yes, we need to reset relations. This is our long-term ally in the United States, and climate change and energy policy is going to be right at the top of the agenda. What's your view from the DG, Dieter?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to be here today with the Atlantic Council and the Global Energy Forum. It's always interesting and always good conversations. And indeed, as you've said, John, the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, was in the European Parliament this morning and spoke about relations with the US and an increased engagement transatlantic, as we have historically seen. Specifically in the area of energy, and we have had very close cooperation with the US. The US-EU Energy Council was established in 2009, has met regularly since, and really has been a vehicle for close cooperation and dialogue across the Atlantic on energy issues. And we have had a good dialogue also these last 4 years on a number of energy issues of common interest: energy security, diversification of supply, some of the global aspects of the liquid global market, LNG, where our imports of LNG from the US have grown manyfold, both as part of our effort to energy security, diversification of supply at competitive prices, and of course from the US side, from the perspective of a producer and an industrial perspective. So very close cooperation on a number of issues, and those are just some of the ones. What we hope to see now is, of course, with the announcement that the US would join the Paris Agreement and would step into to work with us and other partners globally on climate change, well, then there is a much broader common agenda across the Atlantic, and also I think a framework for our cooperation in the energy field that can hopefully help us work even more closely together and really strengthen our cooperation, again, on transatlantic issues, but also in the global context and in the interest of moving forward the climate debate and climate efforts in particular for better results. And to achieve our climate objectives of climate neutrality and lowering emissions, we need the energy sector in particular. I think energy transition is the center of our climate, essentially. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I'll obviously circle back with you. Minister Kurtyka, I understood the language today, and I thought it was interesting from the European Commission president. She said the US is not going to lead the race. They're joining a race that's already underway, implying that, of course, the European Union did not waste the opportunity of the pandemic, as tragic as it was, but it took advantage of the fact they could accelerate the green transition. And China is very much in this race as well. How are we going to see the United States under President Biden here engaging on this, but then setting a few examples that it's serious?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, let's recall that we have been in our transatlantic partnership particularly hit already with the pandemic. And we are right now together going for climate neutrality because President-elect Joe Biden announced that from the day one, he will rejoin the Paris Agreement. And so we will be both on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean going for climate neutrality as soon as possible by 2050. And as you said, John, we just advanced in this regard within European Union's raising to 55% the ambition by 2030 last December. And I think that this, on the way to climate neutrality, this offers completely a new opportunities for transatlantic cooperation. And let me just mention the subjects, but we can go deeper into details later on. But I think that we have a lot to do in terms of coordinating our spendings. This climate neutrality is basically going for capital-intensive technologies from labor-intensive or resource-intensive economy. We are moving to capital-intensive economy, and we need to speed the post-pandemic, post-recovery fiscal stimulus wisely, especially in terms of coordinating our research in terms of research and development spending. We see Asia, China taking the lead in terms of number of scientific publications, in terms of energy storage, in terms of advanced nuclear reactors. We have to rethink what on the way to climate neutrality in the transatlantic partnership, what it means anymore, energy security, and how we want to tackle this subject together.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Minister. Richard, I think it'd be really good for us to delve in right away to some of the challenges in the United States. I talked about a $2 trillion package that's probably ambitious, and I raise it because of the 50-50 split in the US Senate and some of those kind of budget hawks within the Republican Senate group there. Are they going to be pushing back against this idea and trying to create the green jobs that Joe Biden was talking about, good union jobs, a just transition, that's as it's called in this community?
Well, I think, thank you, John. It's good to be with you and with my friends Dita and Mikhail Kurtika. And I agree, by the way, with virtually everything that they've said already. But you raise an important point, and in the context of your first question, yes, I think we can reset, particularly the climate relationship. Overall, the energy relationship has been pretty good in spite of Nord Stream, but it's not going to be perfect, and that there should be high expectations, but not that there won't be, at least some issues or some things that we're going to have to agree upon. With respect to Congress, I think that one of the realities is that from a legislative standpoint, we may not be able to move as quickly as some in Europe would like to see, or that Europe actually moves. It is a 50-50 split, but but a lot of the success legislatively is going to depend on the center, involving a few Republicans. And there are some Democrats that may be not quite as progressive on the climate end. I think a lot can be done. A lot can be done with respect to a stimulus. There can be a lot done in cooperation between the U.S. and EU, which we can get in more specifically. But there's going to have to be some compromise in the Senate to get legislation passed. And we'll see how much that compromise has to be. So again, high expectations, but it's not going to be perfect.
Okay, Ambassador, you brought up Nord Stream, and I was going to bring it up later in the conversation, but let's address it now. How do you think Joe Biden will handle the Nord Stream 2? And I'd love to have Dita follow up in terms of the importance of not having a partner like that slap sanctions on a very key ally that took a lot of bruises during the last administration.
Well, first of all, John, let me make perfectly clear, even though I've been in Democratic administrations, I do not speak for the Biden administration at all for what I'm saying. But I do think in Europe, it's necessary to understand that the Biden administration and President Biden, they're in a difficult situation with respect to Nord Stream. In the abstract world, it would be great if we could reach some kind of compromise which guaranteed European energy security, which protected the rights of Ukraine and the like. may be difficult to reach such a compromise, but maybe not totally impossible. On the other hand, the administration, which is clearly Vice President Biden, or now in a few hours, President Biden, has opposed Nord Stream, does not think Nord Stream is a good idea. Tony Blinken said that yesterday in his confirmation hearings. But it would be very difficult right now, I think, for the Biden administration to remove sanctions or go against the wishes of Congress. It's important, I think, that the administration not look weak on Russia right now in light of the Navalny arrest, in light of the cyber attack and so forth, and in light of the huge bipartisan support for sanctions. So I think it will be difficult to move. The only thing that I could suggest at this point, which might bring about some light at the end of the tunnel, is if the project were postponed for a significant period of time, that would allow for consultations between the US, the EU, Germany, Poland, Ukraine, other interested countries, to see if it's at all possible to come to some kind of agreement while the project is being postponed. But one thing that I would absolutely emphasize, yes, the Biden administration is in a difficult situation. That has to be understood. This issue, whatever happens, should not interfere with all of the critically important things that are on the US-European agenda. There's too much that's important that has to be accomplished, whether it's in climate or in any number of other significant areas, Iran, trade, and the like. We could go on and on. So I would emphasize that.
Okay, as you know, and we see this here even in the Middle East, usually it's oil and gas. I could use the example of Qatar when they had the economic embargo against Qatar for the three and a half years. They leave oil and gas off the table. And I was going to present that question to the Director General. It's not anybody's business to interrupt European Union decisions if they want the natural gas for their continent and they think it's energy security. They brought US LNG into the mix. Shouldn't they just butt out, Dita?
Well, I think a couple of general points, John, and thank you very much, Ambassador and Richard, for your points of this an interesting perspective. Now, first of all, I think when it comes to sanctions, I think you know the European position well. We think, first of all, that working together to have coordinated approaches when these issues arise is always better. We can be stronger when we have sanctions coordinated, for example. You will probably also know that we are very concerned with extraterritorial sanctions, unilateral sanctions that would interfere with the legitimate right of European companies to do business on European soil. So I want to make that position of principle very clear. It is an important part of the conversation and one that I think is important to set out. When it comes to Nord Stream 2 specifically, as you know, it's not an EU project. It's not a European project. If you look at energy security, energy supply, we don't actually need Nord Stream 2. We have we've invested very significantly in our infrastructure over the last decade, following the gas crisis in 2009, exactly to make sure that we are not dependent on one supplier or a couple of suppliers, but really to diversify, including with the help of US LNG. And so we don't need that additional pipeline or that additional capacity there from a European energy security perspective. So the construction of Nord Stream 2 is in a way not an EU concern or an issue. There are decisions for the national authorities, obviously within the European Union regulatory framework. And then, of course, there are decisions for the entities that are involved. But again, it's their decisions and not ours. So I think it's quite important to have that framing right when we look at the future of Nord Stream 2. And that's the European position or starting point that I thought it useful to set out. As I said, the national authorities in taking decisions on this will have to respect, of course, the European regulatory framework, where I think we have clarified provisions over the last years, and that provides a healthy framework that aligns with our internal energy market and the need for open competition in that market for the best possible prices and energy security. And we, of course, follow that closely But that's our role in this at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, good. Minister Kurtyka, do you see it as a vital issue, Nord Stream yourself, or is Poland focused on entire other priorities at this stage? You should suggest that it shouldn't be something that serves as a fissure in US-EU relations.
Well, it's an extremely important topic for energy security within European Union, and Poland has been vocal for years saying that Nord Stream 2 is detrimental to energy security and energy solidarity within European Union. And we have created a momentum within European Union to discuss this subject. And as Dita just said, it has been translated into a European directive saying that there is no way that such projects could be legislated in a different manner than pipes which are inside European Union. But that's in terms of legal framework what we had and what we could have done here within Europe. And I remember very well the time when majority of EU member states opposed Nord Stream 2, and this gave rise to this directive. But I think that the completion of this project is still detrimental to European Union's energy security, and blocking this project is in the interest of transatlantic cooperation and solidarity as well.
Okay, thank you for the candor. It's nice to hear the position from the European Commission and a member state of the European Union. A question for Ambassador Morningstar here, the Eastern Med. I had a conversation with a former very senior intelligence person in Russia who thought it's the most dangerous place on earth because of what is potentially under the seas here with natural gas deposits. Turkey is a NATO member, Greece is the same, an alliance here between Greece, Cyprus, Egypt, Israel. It's at the doorstep of the European Union, as you know, Ambassador, and we know the challenges with Turkey and immigrants going into the European Union as well, like a faucet that President Erdogan uses as a weapon. How does Joe Biden handle this, do you think, or does it become a very difficult issue for him to negotiate with Brussels at the same time?
I think this is an issue where the US and the EU ought to cooperate. The US and the EU ought to do everything it can to bring all of the parties in the region together to discuss not just the energy issues, but the political and security issues, which are very dangerous. Having said that, from an energy standpoint, I have some question as to the immediacy of the need for Eastern Mediterranean resources. Given gas demand being basically at best flat, if not going down in Europe, given any number of other sources of gas and the pandemic and the like, are projects in the Eastern Mediterranean right now anyway, even commercially viable? And does it make sense? Would major companies, for example, today enter into building pipelines? Of course, there's gas going to Egypt, which can go on into the Middle East, and that's going to be important. But as far as getting gas to Europe, so I do think that there is a hiatus period before there'd be a real push to develop projects from a commercial standpoint. And maybe now is a time that the US and EU can work together to try to bring all the parties together, including all of Greece, Cyprus, and Turkey, as well as any number of other nations, to begin to solve some of these political obstacles that exist in the region.
This is an excellent conversation. Let me bring the Director General in. Isn't this idea of energy security extremely important? And having this gas from the southern flank, whether it's economical or not, to Ambassador's point, is another question. We have the southern corridor for development here. Dita, how strategic is trying to see this gas into the European market in terms of natural gas as a transition fuel for the European Union in this transition that's well underway as a bloc?
Yeah, I think Ambassador Morningstar raised some important points about the strategic outlook, and you said it in the question, the role of gas in the energy transition. As I mentioned before, we've invested very heavily over the last decade in gas infrastructure, pipelines to provide gas into Europe from other avenues, LNG terminals. And so in general, I would say our analysis shows that we are well supplied with gas, and therefore I think the ambassador's comments on this, raising this question, is indeed extremely important. What we are doing concretely to address it within Europe is that we are reviewing our infrastructure legislation. We've got a framework that allows us to provide support for necessary cross-border infrastructure, and we're there shifting the attention from fossil fuels, from gas, into electrification and greener energy sources, so as to align our infrastructure investment and planning with the European Green Deal and our climate objectives. So that's the overall context within which we're working in Europe. What we see in the field of gas is that with the investments that have been made, as I said, we are well covered. The East Med is a particular interest, the proximity, the region. There are a number of reasons why this is potentially an interesting project. And the question, I think, is it a commercially driven project, as the ambassador has said? Does it make sense? Is there a commercial interest in investing in this? The support we have given to the specific project is to look at studies around viability, to have a better understanding of the potential projects. But that's the stage it is at now. So potentially an interesting project, but as the ambassador has said, it needs to be seen in this broader context of the energy transition and the progress already made for energy security. You also mentioned the security aspects of this, which is of course extremely important, and important for some of our member states. So clearly an issue that we are engaged in, that has been discussed among heads of state and government in Europe, and something where we are looking forward to engaging. We need to address this and to address it together.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Minister Kurtyka, I'd love to get your thoughts on something that the Director General is going to talk and answer to after I pose this question to you, that no country is left behind, but I see you have a major role for coal and electricity supplies here, still hovering around 70%, although it has been dropping over the last several years. Is there an understanding that Poland is unique because it has those coal supplies? And what does that mean for your accelerating the transition here to the 2050 targets? How do you balance the two of those supplies, but still trying to be a good global citizen, good European citizen when it comes to the transition?
Thank you very much. Well, indeed, my country is in a very special position in this regard, and it has been recognized by our partners also within European Union that we started in 1990 the transition with nearly 100% dependence on coal, which is an absolute exception, even if you compare with our neighbors. So coal dependence, and then only one way to provide diversified source of gas from our eastern neighbor. So an extremely complicated situation from the beginning, and still in terms of economics of the society, it was extremely difficult to invest into new energy sources. But right now we are at the turning point, and next 20 years will be a completely different perspective for Poland, as we are aiming to develop a new energy mix, which will be based on nuclear, offshore, but also decentralized energy. And it's already booming in Poland. Last year, we experienced really a skyrocketing share of photovoltaics, for example, which is growing. Or last day of the year, 48% of our energy was provided by renewables. But nevertheless, what we have learned also from our transition is that in the mid-90s, we experienced an extremely brutal and unplanned transition from Soviet-style manufacturing to modern industrial manufacturing. And this has left a lot of traces in our society in terms of unemployment rates, in terms of areas where poverty was and still can be seen compared with neighboring cities. So taking this lesson into account, we want to plan our transition for the next 20 years and make sure, as you said, John, that nobody is left behind and that we are able to keep everybody on board. And this is So what we need is we need to plan it. We need to make it gradual. We need to have funding because again, it's a capital intensive transformation, and we need to develop alternative new sectors of activities so that nobody will be also left with old fossil dependent sectors without a possibility to find a new job in other climate friendly sector.
Good. Do you think the private sector, Dite, in Europe is going to set the example? If I look at the European IOCs, which are becoming energy companies, not just oil and gas companies, we have 6 that I've counted that have committed to net zero by 2050. I did that same comparison in the United States, and I think it was just 2 of the majors. Can this be the pop-out moment for the European Union where the energy companies are really in lockstep with Brussels at this stage?
I think so, John. I think what we've been seeing over the last few years is a significant growth in investment into renewable energy, even as the energy market as a whole has been slowing down this past year because of the pandemic and the confinements. We've actually seen an increase in investment into renewable energy across Europe. We've also seen, as you mentioned, a number of the companies that are going green, so to say. And if you look at the top 100 of companies in green technology, you've got close to half of them being European companies. So there's a very strong industrial base, and I think a competitiveness in Europe, and a strong interest, a united interest in going to climate neutrality, starting with the 55% reduction of emissions in 2030 that our heads of state and government have agreed. I think in building the Green Deal as a climate strategy, but also as a growth strategy, we are really combining the two and helping to create opportunities for European industry. Minister Kurtyka, Michael mentioned the changes in Poland. You've got some very ambitious planning on renewable energy indeed. And I think if you look at the industrial side of this, if you imagine a map of Europe relating to, for example, the wind energy supply chain, you will see that virtually all European countries have jobs, production, small and medium-sized enterprises, growth potential and investment linked to this specific value chain or supply chain, and that's just one of them. Now you will see the same in other green technology sectors. So real interest there from the side of industry. And the other thing we have seen, and that's more on the consumption side than on the energy sector as such, is that some of the large energy consumers, some of the energy intensive industries, steel, for example, are themselves taking a step into producing green steel by linking the steel plant directly to green hydrogen production or to renewable energy production as their energy source. So quite a significant shift there also on the consumption side and in the traditional energy intensive industries. So the short answer to your question is yes, I do see an engagement from industry as well, both the energy sector and industrial sectors as well.
Thank you. Richard, you know what it's like on Wall Street, you know, money talks. And we saw this moment in 2020 where we saw the collapse of ExxonMobil's market cap vis-a-vis NextEra, which is a pure play renewable company. Is this what's going to drive that transition? We had a president for 4 years going, we're at 13 million barrels a day. We're #1 in the world. We're exporting LNG. And that was the narrative. That will shift not only from a policy standpoint from Joe Biden, but I think Wall Street's suggesting it's time to move on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think your original question to Didier Jorgensen and your follow-up question really is important. It is imperative that the private sector be involved in the energy transition, not just from a green technology standpoint, but also the large energy companies, the large oil and gas companies, and that it's in their self-interest to be involved because, and they understand that, I think, because the world is changing. It doesn't do any good, I think, for some who tend to demonize these companies. We have to look at them being, those companies being part of the solution. And the companies, the private sector need to be part of the cooperation between the United States and the EU, for example. One of the important issues is determining standards and monitoring of methane emissions, and it can't be done without private company involvement. If gas is going to be a major transition fuel, which I think it can for the foreseeable future. Steps need to be taken to decarbonize gas from the production standpoint right through to the end user. That can only be done with the private sector. So I think this is absolutely critical, and really good that you raised that.
Thanks, Ambassador. You know, and you're aware of this, last year we did that series I was talking about, and I went for this reason to New York, Texas, California. We thought of them as the three kind of anchor states that were leading the transition. So while the federal government, the administration under Donald Trump wasn't pursuing this climate and energy transition, the states are. And is this that dynamic that's at play here? And the U.S. can at least stand toe-to-toe with Europe, if not lead with technology breakthroughs, which hitherto didn't seem to be a priority?
Well, first of all, I think the role of the states is very important, and can help to drive the federal government, even this new administration, towards greater activity. And technology innovation and progress in that area is going to be hugely important. And the one area that I think that the U.S. and the EU should immediately begin discussing are what are the priorities with respect to technology innovation, and how can we best work together. Dita mentioned the U.S.-EU Energy Council. It's one way. That's one way to coordinate it. But we need to work together with respect to decarbonizing gas, even taking steps with respect to oil, looking at things like carbon capture. I think we have to look at new nuclear technologies like small modular reactors, which obviously is clean energy. We have to work together on hydrogen, on artificial intelligence. I could go on and on. That technology innovation is really going to be the only way we ultimately meet the 2050 goals. And this is an area that we need to start working closely together and with the private sector right away.
Thank you for that, Ambassador. I want to just pause, and I'm going to pick up with China, but I think it's a very important question. I read a piece in the last week from 17 scientists who compiled 150 studies on the warming of the planet and the lack of biodiversity, and talked about a ghastly future of mass extinction, declining health, climate disruption. We know what we saw in Australia and California with forest fires, record hurricanes in the Gulf Coast of the United States. Dita and Mr. Kurtyka, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Aren't we woefully behind in this idea of still talking about 1.5? Is that realistic by 2050 when you see studies already saying we're at 1.25 as we closed out 2020 in the midst of the pandemic when energy demand collapsed? Are we being honest with everybody around the world, and can you still drive that goal?
Well, thank you, John. I think it is a very ambitious goal. And indeed, as you've said, the developments we've seen over the last decades have not gone in the right direction. But I think it's important to have the focus on what needs to be done. And there I agree with Ambassador Morningstar's points about the technological developments need to be part of it. And also what Minister Kurtyka said about the investment that is necessary for a transition to be equitable and just, but also to do it in the most cost-effective manner. If we don't do it in the most cost-effective manner, I would be afraid that we do not actually achieve our goals. So it does require us to plan, as the minister has also said. We've got a long-term objective. We've got a plan for 2030, how to do it, and to use the best possible means. The ambassador talked about the decarbonization of gas as one of the important technological aspects that we need to look at. If I could just pick up on that, because it is a really important part of the overall strategy. In Europe, natural gas is about a third of the energy mix, so quite a high share. And as all of us, I think, have said several times, we see it as part of the transition, part of the energy transition, a necessary part, but it will require decarbonization. Here, there are some fairly quick wins, things we can do. For example, we launched last year a strategy on methane, which is more potent than CO2 when it comes to climate change. So we clearly need to do something. We've seen a significant increase over the last decade in methane emissions, methane leaks, and about a third of that comes from the energy sector. So it's a good example of action we can take immediately. We need to start monitoring and measuring so that we know exactly the scale of the problem. And then we need to work together, transatlantic, as a producer and a consumer respectively, and of course with industry to put in place the necessary mechanisms to do something. And I think it's one example both of an area for potential transatlantic cooperation, an area that involves industry as well, and an area where we can do something quickly to help address the dramatic climate situation that you rightly referred to.
Thank you very much for that, Minister Kurtyka. I'd love to get you to weigh in on this balance, because Poland is a tremendous economy. It has the coal supplies. You talked about the transition, but how do you strike that balance between economic development and growth for your people, COP26 coming forward, and realistically getting on a path where we can reverse or at least cap the global warming to 2050?
Well, thank you very much, John. An extremely important question, because announcing on both sides of the Atlantic our ambition to reach climate neutrality by 2050 is an important first step. But that's a long journey ahead of us. And the devil is in details, and how we are going to implement this target is absolutely critical and is ahead of us in terms of many answers. And I see two major questions which could be asked at this regard. And one is how, in terms of new technologies, new sectors of activities, are we going to make this pledge of climate neutrality a reality? And Ambassador Morningstar, also Director General Dieter Juul Jørgensen, spoke about technological development, and I completely agree. And I would like even to add to this list of technological breakthroughs that we need to cooperate across Atlantic, a couple of subjects. First of all, storage. Lithium-ion batteries are going to be playing an extremely important role in the future of not only energy, but also transport industry. 80% of lithium-ion batteries are right now produced in Asia, and especially a lot of them in China. And this includes also intellectual property. So the first challenge across Atlantic is how we are going and what technologies we are going to bet in terms of storage. Ambassador Morningstar mentioned hydrogen, many other aspects. I would add to AI cybersecurity. That will be a new threat. And then dependence on rare metals. We are going to reframe energy security on the way to climate neutrality with completely new dependencies, not only anymore gas or oil, but rare metals. How we are going to tackle this all together. And then let me turn to nuclear. Many researchers, including IPCC panel, says that it will be impossible to reach climate neutrality goal, and especially 1.5 target, without making full usage of nuclear. And what we see is that nuclear is not flourishing on both sides of Atlantic for different reasons. Soon, China, by 2030, IEA expects that China will overpass US in terms of number of reactors. So we need to do something in terms of innovation, in terms of small modular, in terms of new reactors on both sides of the Atlantic. So that would be the first question, technological development. And the second question is how to drag behind us our main partners. When you are speaking about 1.5, we are speaking about Europe and US, but European share in terms of global emissions is shrinking. It's already something like 8%, and in a couple of years it will be even less. So the real question behind this is how can we make sure that China, India, and other Southeast Asian economies are going to follow? And this put us in a very complicated question, how we are going to reimagine trade in the era of climate neutrality, and especially in the transition phase, we will still, our industry will have to bear the cost of this transition, so we'll be losing competitiveness, and so we will be probably losing jobs while being in competition with countries such as China and India. So I think it opens completely new chapters of cooperation, of opportunities, but also enormous challenges.
Well, this is a fantastic subject in transition here, because the European Commission or the European Union signed, a trade agreement before Joe Biden was inaugurated to say that it wants to engage. It was very important for Germany. It's a big export market. Everybody understands that. Can we have, Ambassador Morningstar, the United States and the European Union with like minds on climate policy with China and some of the things that the minister just brought up now about the development of the nuclear reactors? I was in India last year, traveled it for 3 weeks and looked at the coal penetration, went to the coal pits, the lack of really modern technology, the dependency, over-dependency on coal, even though they're trying to do the right thing in India right now. These are really urgent matters when it comes to climate change and dealing with India and China. Wouldn't you suggest, Ambassador?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think Minister Kurtika's points were really important. I mean, all of the points that he made, including with respect to cyber, critical materials, which relates to China, how the US and EU deal with the rest of the world. And I think that a prime area for cooperation is that the US and the EU work together as partners to bring in the rest of the world, including China, India, Japan, Korea, and less developed countries that are going to have to be helped, which the US and EU can push ahead on with respect to investing in those countries, which needs to be part of the COP26 goals. With respect to China specifically, I think some in the United States are a little bit unhappy that the EU entered into that trade and investment treaty before the Biden administration came in, so that at least there could be some discussions about it in advance. But what that's done, so I'm sure we'll overcome that issue. With respect to China on the climate side, I know some are concerned. How can the U.S. work with China on climate when we have so many other issues with China? I would argue that we, together with the EU, can work with China, can influence China, that those issues can be compartmentalized. We compartmentalized with issues with Russia for the last, since the end of World War II. There can be issues in the South China Sea at the same time that we're talking about climate, and that China is going to do what's in its interest. So if it feels that it is in its interest to work on some of these climate issues, then there will be openings for the U.S. and the EU to work together. And I think by working together, we have a better chance of leveraging China to recognize that it's in its interest to be dealing with these issues.
Director General, with that commitment on the trade front, which is not your portfolio, so in fairness, I'm asking you for a little bit of a stretch. Can the European Union, the European Commission serve as a bridge on climate change policy with that engagement on the trade front, that the two go hand in hand, that it actually helps in the dialogue with the United States to reset relations with Beijing?
Well, I think that's an interesting perspective on it. The agreement we have negotiated with China is around investment. It's not a broad trade agreement. It's an investment-focused agreement, and I think there is a strong interest globally in that, because we really it's a modern version of an investment agreement. It has a broader scope and also covers sustainable development related issues, so really opens up for cooperation there, and I think that should be in a common interest to do that. So yes, I think it does open new perspectives. More generally on the trade side, I think some important points have been made. I think on the competitiveness aspect that the minister raised in particular, what our analysis shows is that there's actually a competitiveness gain in the green transition. Of course, more in some technologies than in others, but we do see a great opportunity for growth, green jobs, as has also been discussed earlier today. So I think it's quite important to keep that nuanced understanding of the trade impact of what we do on the climate side of things. I think there's a potential for growth and increase both trade and investment in related sectors. At the same time, I think the two agendas have to go together. I think we need to have close transatlantic cooperation, both on trade and climate, and try to look at, well, what are the benefits of these two agendas? Where are our common interests in the field of technology? And I think the minister has mentioned a number of specific areas that we need to look at: batteries, access to critical raw materials, hydrogen, cybersecurity. All those aspects need to be part of that broader conversation. and are relevant both for the trade and climate agenda. Thank you.
Good. Ambassador Morningstar, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Is this the next century that it's kind of the rise of China? President Obama recognized the rise of China and the tilt to Asia with the growth that it does drive. And this, in a sense, helped President Trump because he was saying, let's make America great again. It can stand on its very own. How do you think the Biden administration will handle the nuance of that language around China? He can't be soft, but he has to engage. The European Union has to do the same. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, let me say that I'm not even a little bit a China expert, but I can give my views. I think that the new administration has to take a relook at the China relationship. I think we have to determine what areas can we work together on, where can we cooperate? Is climate one of those areas? But at the same time, we have to take strong, tough stands on issues that are important to us with respect to trade, with respect to China's compliance with WTO rules, and on the security side as well. So it is going to have to be very much of a nuanced relationship that really has been the history of geopolitics, as I mentioned earlier, and certainly in connection with not equating China with the former Soviet Union, but how we dealt with Soviet Union Russia issues over the last many years. But I also think that it's really important that as much as possible that the U.S. and the EU work together on dealing with these issues and working together with a combined size. Together we're 700 or 800 million people, an incredibly huge market. That does give us leverage to work constructively on these issues.
Okay, very good. We have a question from our box here, and I'll present it to Ambassador Morningstar first, but I welcome Minister Kurtyka and the Director General to weigh in. How does being opposed to Nord Stream 2 but support U.S. LNG exports to the European Union align with minimizing EU energy intensity? Do you think it's a bit naive of us to be saying, well, we want that market? It's a very big market that you just talked about, Ambassador, but we want it to be U.S. LNG and not so much Russian gas. How do you square the two?
Well, let me say a couple of things. I certainly can't speak for the Trump administration, but I do not believe that this administration, to the extent that it opposes Nord Stream 2, that it has anything to do with U.S. LNG. That Nord Stream has been an issue going back to the Obama administration. It relates to questions, whether one agrees or not, it relates to questions relating to European energy security. It relates to issues with Ukraine and potential denial of Ukrainian transit fees after Russia has invaded Crimea, the Donbass, and overall Russian behavior. Those are the issues that I think are driving the U.S. Attitude towards Nord Stream 2. I think LNG is important, whether it be U.S. LNG or LNG from anywhere else in the world, to help to create a transparent and competitive market, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, whether Nord Stream takes place or not, because it forces Gazprom and Russia to act more competitively. The famous anecdote when Lithuania built its Klaipėda LNG terminal some years ago, and that was in construction, I believe, even before Trump was president. Gazprom immediately lowered its gas prices to Lithuania by 20 or 25%. The key is that LNG be available, not necessarily how much is actually entering into Europe, but that it be available to keep a transparent and competitive market.
Good. Does it, Director General or Minister Kurtyka, provide that sort of balance so Russia is not such a dominant force? Let's go with the Director General quickly first.
Yes, indeed, as I said, the policy over the last decade since the gas crisis really has been to diversify supply for a transparent and competitive market, as Ambassador Morningstar also said, and we have seen a favorable development in prices. The situation before was one where about 8 of our member states were 100% dependent on Russian gas exports. And 100% dependency is never a good situation to be in anywhere in life. So we have worked to change that through building, as I said, other supply sources. And LNG has been a very important part of that strategy with the investment that we have carried out at European level into LNG terminals across Europe, including in Lithuania. So it has been an important strategy. Also in relation to Ukraine, also in our neighborhood, where we have worked closely with Ukraine to support and have in fact worked to in the negotiation of a transit agreement of gas to ensure that corridor remains open and relevant also from a European perspective. So a lot has happened there, and I essentially share the analysis of the importance of the diversification for security of supply and for transparent and open markets. As I also said, what we need now is to look, well, what about the next decade and the time towards 2050 and the development of our energy markets, the energy transition, energy security and competitive prices remain important, but we have to look at that in the context of the broader shift towards climate neutrality in 2050 and the necessary transition. So the balance shifts and the overall context shifts, and I think that's the important discussion we need to have also transatlantic.
It's very refreshing to hear this conversation, though, and the strategy behind all of this. In these very delicate times with the pandemic, that this has to take priority at the same time. Mr. Kurtyka, I did want to let you weigh in on this idea about the LNG exports, whether from the US, as the ambassador is suggesting, or elsewhere, to counterbalance the Russian dominance in that space.
Well, it is an extremely important question in my country and for Central European countries. So in this regard, my country in Poland, we engaged into really a very vast strategy of diversification. So we have the biggest LNG terminal in the Baltic Sea, and right now one of the best filled LNG terminals within European Union. And the first contracts, just to remember, were not signed with US partners, but with Qatari. And still a big share of LNG terminal is filled with Qatar gas. And Poland ambitious also to play the role of a gateway to Central Europe because of this LNG terminal, the only one within Baltic Sea being able to supply not only Poland, but later on also Slovakia, Lithuania, Ukraine. And we also are pursuing a very important project, diversifying our sources via a Baltic pipe, which is a pipe linking Polish seashore via Denmark with Norwegian offshore. So it is an extremely important strategy that we put in place in order to diversify our sources of supply of gas. But there is another question on top of it, whether the role of gas per se will be declining or rather increasing. And what we can see is that gas will be playing the role of the regulatory fuel complementing renewables in the coming years. And this role will be probably only increasing. And the second thing is gas is the only viable alternative in terms of heating. And in my country, 60% of invoices that my fellow citizens are paying for energy is not paid for electrical energy, but for heat. And so when we want to diversify from coal, we need to have a viable technologically and economically alternative. The only one is gas. So the role of gas will be, because of these two elements, will be increasing in Central Europe, certainly.
Okay, we have just 2 minutes left, and I'm just going to ask the Director General and Ambassador Morningstar, after that great comment there by Mr. Kurtyka, 30 seconds each on your excitement or worries about COP26. We have a short window of time with the new administration in Washington. Can the EU and the US really make this a success by weighing in jointly? Director General?
Well, thank you very much for that last question. I think we have all eyes on COP26 and investing heavily in making that a success. And I think your point is exactly right. In order to make it a success, we need transatlantic cooperation. What my professional experience has taught me is that when we have important global challenges or important common challenges, we always make best progress when we work together across the Atlantic towards common objectives. So even if there are some aspects where we don't have exactly the same approach, there is a lot of scope for cooperation towards COP26. From the side of the European Union, as I've mentioned, we have the Green Deal, we have our work towards 55% reduction in 2030. And so I think we're bringing both clear objectives, but also very clear instruments, including investment and funding to the table. And I hope that can help make a success of COP26. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Dita. Dick, we have 20 seconds for you there because we're a bit tight on time. Do you want to weigh in, though? Do you feel John Kerry's going to really make it happen here? Can he make it happen at the levels you're hoping?
Very briefly. I think it's exciting that minutes after the inauguration, the new president will sign an executive order to rejoin Paris. I'll repeat or emphasize what Dita Jorgensen said, that yes, we need to agree on goals. We need to sit down very quickly to determine what our goals are for COP26. And I think the pushing other countries to reach climate reduction goals and to look at issues relating to investment to help those countries along are going to be critically important, as well as working with all of the other developed countries like China, Japan, Korea, India, and the like. We need to work together.
Great. Thanks for the directness on that from both of you on the COP26. Dita Jorgensen, the Director General for Energy at the European Commission, His Excellency Michał Kurtyka, the Minister from Poland for Climate and Environment, and Ambassador Richard Morningstar, the founder of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council. It's been a real pleasure, and thank you for taking such a robust approach to such an important issue.
Thank you very much, John, and to the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much.
And what a great panel that was there. I'm joined by John Defterios. It's great to actually get hold of you, John, for a quick chat here. Reimagine transatlantic energy and climate relationship. Really great diverse views there, great opinions, and great energy, and some just wonderful information there. As you said, frank and open. Talk to me about your big takeaways.
Well, I think there's a sense of relief within Brussels, if I can be candid here, that there is a change in administration, because if you can imagine going to COP26 with the second administration for Donald Trump, not putting that as a priority, it would have been a major setback. We lost 4 years at the federal level in the United States, Etna, as you know. So having this ability to reset this relationship, and I thought it was fascinating that Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, took the opportunity straight away before the inauguration to say, this is our most important ally, and we need to work together. And climate is actually an urgent priority in which to do so. I think we had a reality check from Minister Kurtyka saying that we have that coal, it's in abundance, people know we need to use it, we're trying to transition out of it, so that special exception. And this discussion we had, again, a very robust one about Nord Stream 2, the US slapping sanctions on it, the natural gas going into Europe, particularly driven by the German relationship with Russia, but important to Eastern and Central Europe at the same time. This has to be revisited. It's a very important issue going forward. And lastly, I would put in this category of importance in terms of our discussion today, China. Having the US and the European Union singing from the same hymn sheet, if you will, when it comes to climate change is very important to get China fully on board, more transparent when it comes to a number of other issues outside the energy space, and to release the tensions that we see between Washington and Beijing. It's been a very tense 4 years under the Trump administration, when we thought it started well with President Xi. It's not an easy role, as Ambassador Morningstar was saying, with Joe Biden. He can't look soft, but he can't leave this relationship where it is today. And having an aligned European Union and the United States, I think, puts it on a much better footing in 2021.
But I think definitely the wider energy dialogue, the environmental dialogue, the climate change dialogue, I think having the US back into that picture, I think we're going to see probably a more robust and healthier dialogue. And I think a lot of more optimism coming from all of the people that we're talking to here, particularly at the Atlantic Council and any other venues, actually.
No doubt about that. Now, thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm in your home city, but haven't had a chance to see you. So it's great to have you in a crosslink here because it's been so busy with Inauguration Week. Thanks.
And indeed, for Atlantic Council to actually bring this to all of our great viewers out there. And we have so many viewers from around the world, John. So it's, you and I are used to meeting up at these events, and we miss that, and we miss seeing everybody coming to Abu Dhabi for this great event. But the coordination between Asia, between Washington, I think, and here in the UAE, I think it's to all of the viewers out there, I think they're happy, and we're getting great feedback that we're actually able to put this on. So great to have you on board too, as always.
Good evening in North America and good morning in Asia and the Middle East. I am Jennifer Gordon, Managing Editor and Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. I am delighted to welcome you to the next 2 hours of live programming at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. Thank you so much to John Defterios and to Etna Trainer for their discussion just now. And thank you, John, to you and to your excellent panelists for such a great discussion on the future of the transatlantic energy and climate relationship. Our next panel discussion will dive deeper into international relations, looking specifically at global trade. I am now delighted to introduce Ambassador Paula Dobriansky, Senior Fellow at the Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs at the Harvard Kennedy School. For our next panel discussion, Global Trade and the Energy Transition. Paula, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Great to see you. And thanks to everyone who is joining us from around the world. I am very, very pleased to be moderating this discussion with our very esteemed panel, who I will be introducing in just a moment. And they're going to be discussing and diving deep into the intersection between the energy transition and also global trade. Let me remind all of you that this particular panel and event is on the record. And if you would like to participate in the conversation, please do submit your questions into the Q&A portal, and we'll incorporate them into the discussion a little bit later on. Now, let me proceed forward, and I'd like to introduce our 4 very esteemed panelists, and I'm going to introduce them in the way in which I'm also going to pose questions to them. So let me begin up front. We're going to hear first from Dr. Jean-François Tremblay, who is the Deputy Minister of Natural Resources in Canada. And then second, we're going to go to Deborah Lehr, who's Vice Chairman and Executive Director of the Paulson Institute. Thirdly, we will then hear from David Livingston, who's a Senior Analyst with the Eurasia Group. And then we will hear from George Frampton, Senior Fellow, Global Energy Center of the Atlantic Council. So welcome to all of you. And let me go, if I may, to Dr. Tremblay first. You know, Doctor, as we know, the energy sector is highly trade exposed. And in order to attract investment and keep growing operations, employing people and investing in technology, we know that a competitive regulatory environment is really needed. So please share with us, what is Canada doing to bolster the competitiveness of the energy sector and also ensure that its own industry can attract investment, particularly during this very capital-constrained time? And welcome to you, and look forward to hearing your response to this question.
Thank you, Ambassador, and I'm pleased to join you from Ottawa. And Ottawa is also the traditional territory of the and unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. It's a very important question, especially in this time of transformation from an energy perspective. In Canada, we, as you know, we have a very strong energy sectors, and energy sectors that is actually a major export for us. It's more than 23% of our exportation that actually are the energy sector. We have oil and gas. We work on hydroelectricity, nuclear, biomass, name it, a lot of the energy sectors. And of course, the competitiveness of this energy sector, especially globally, is quite important in the current time. For us, I would say that there's we feel that the transformation is actually in the net zero economy and the green energy is offering a lot of opportunities for us. On one side, we've got the feedstock and the natural resources that you need to produce those new source of energy. And on the other side, we've got the workforce, we've got the expertise. For us, I think there's many initiatives that we're taking. I'm going to try to put them into 4 categories. First of all is making sure we've got the economic environment for investment. And that means for us having the banking system that is a good banking system. It means for us to have free trade agreements with, and we have actually free trade agreements with 2/3 of the global economy. And it's making sure that we've got all the sound economic and the corporate tax that are low, and we've got the lowest one in the G7. That's something we need to continue to have to make sure that we've got solid ground from an economic environment perspective. The other aspect is the regulatory regime. It's not anymore about economic development versus environment. It's about making sure that we have major projects that are grounded in good environmental practices. And we have just changed our regulatory regime. We've got now a new environmental assessment process for all major projects in the country that takes into account the needs from an environmental perspective, but also making sure that we better engage with local population, including indigenous people. And that's very important for us and for our competitiveness. It's good for the ESG, I would say, grade of our economy. A third element for us is to work on decarbonization. Even if you look at the trends on the net zero economy, it's clear that the fossil energy will continue to be an important and will continue to be significant for the next few decades for sure. And also we have to work on decarbonization. The oil sand industry has reduced by 30% the intensity of their GHG emission. They do invest in innovation and in clean tech. And as a government, we actually kind of push and pull to make sure that the system is in place to have a decarbonization of the energy. That includes new initiatives that we just launched actually on working precisely on methane emissions, but also on large emitter and making sure that we're reducing the decarbonization of our industry. Finally, I think a major point is we need to invest in the new energy. We can produce hydrogen, we can produce SMR, we have the expertise. We know that the energy market's going to be more complex, it's more diverse in terms of source of energy. We have launched a significant numbers of initiatives under our climate plan to make sure that actually we are increasing our capacity and our competitiveness in those areas.
All right, well, thank you. That's very comprehensive answer. And I will come back to you. You raised ESG. Let me come back to you, but on the next round. I want to go to, as I indicated, Deborah Lehr. And, the Paulson Institute certainly focuses a great deal on China. We know that China has pledged to reach carbon neutrality by 2060. Now, actually, is that a realistic goal? And what do you think are the challenges for China to be able to actually reach that? And also, what are going to be the ramifications of that in the context of trade?
Great. Thank you, Ambassador. It's a very broad question, but I think a really important one. Xi Jinping surprised a lot of people when he made the pledge last year for China to reach carbon neutrality by 2060. He did this in part as a foreign policy move and as part as China's attempt to take on climate as a major foreign policy issue, but also to set some very strict goals domestically within China and to really push the industry. It's hard to bet against China. They often come through, but it's going to have a significant impact at home, both socially, economically, as well as globally. To accomplish this, though, they're going to need really 3 main things: political will, technological change, and significant financial commitments. On the political will, they have to take on transformation of their state-owned enterprises, who are the major polluters within the economy. That's significant because they're the major employers, and they also even though they're not the drivers of growth, they still represent a significant portion of China's economy. And so it's going to be very hard for them to transform them, but they've recognized for a long time it's a political challenge that they need to take on. One of the keys to that is to get their national carbon exchange up and fully functioning, which will be one way to use the markets to help drive down carbon. They also need to invest in technological change. They're creating a major technology backbone through Creation 5G and really promoting new technologies that will help in meeting those targets. New energy vehicles is just one example of the priority that they've put on these low carbon industries. And then financing. They estimate that it's going to cost about $1 trillion annually to meet their goals on climate change, but the Chinese government can only meet about 15% of that. And so they need to find ways to capture a lot of the private sector money that is out there that's available in China, but also available globally, to get it to invest in helping them to reach those goals. They need to show that not only can they create green infrastructure, but they can find ways to do it in a way that becomes attractive to the private sector and getting good returns. And so, as I said, it's a very ambitious goal. It will have an impact internationally because not only is China looking to make changes domestically, they're looking to both export some of these changes as well through then the technologies that they've invested in, whether it's new energy vehicles or even the standards that they're creating through the development of this national carbon exchange. And they're going to start to play a role in the drivers in pricing, like in renewable energy. So I don't bet against China. It's a long way to get there. They're just at the beginning of this, but it's going to be a very interesting process to watch.
You know, it's interesting because you said you don't bet against China, because I was going to ask you after you gave, well, if these are the types of things that they undertake, it almost sounded like you're betting a bit for. I mean, is the bottom line that you think they will achieve it if they undertake all these steps?
It's hard to say if they'll actually get there. I think the political challenges are so significant as well as, I mean, just some of the economic ones. But no matter what, they're moving in the right direction. And as the world's largest carbon emitter, we need them to move in that direction. And if with a new administration, it is an area that there could be cooperation. If you have the United States and China working together, you know, it can make a significant difference in the world.
All right. Well, thank you for that. David, let's go to you. And being with the Eurasia Group, you know, the Eurasia Group really looks at various issues strategically. So let's give you a strategic question. What do you see as the major developments around the globe that will in fact shape the very nexus of energy and trade in the near future? And in fact, is China one of the pieces? What about Canada? We're hearing about the Canadian policies. What is your perspective on this?
Thank you, Ambassador. It's a pleasure to be back at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Forum, of course, virtually this year, but it's really a pleasure to be engaging with such esteemed other speakers on really such an important topic that's only going to increase in gravity, I think, over the rest of this year and ahead. You mentioned, you know, China, so I'll start there. I mean, obviously, one of the important things that sometimes is self-evident, but I think is easy to lose grasp of when we talk about the ways that trade and the energy transition come together, is that we're increasingly talking about a less Western global landscape, at least when it comes to where the marginal demand growth is going to be, where the marginal investment is going to be, and where the marginal deployment of some of these new energy technologies is going to take place. To give a couple of examples, China, of course, has been the engine of growth over the past decade. It's invested more than $800 billion US into renewables since 2010 over the past decade. That's twice the amount of the United States. And even as China continues to be the engine of energy demand growth and investment, some of that is also going to increasingly diversify out to the rest of non-OECD Asia. So we already know that non-OECD Asia, emerging economies in Asia are seeing the fastest energy demand growth, and of course also concomitantly emissions growth of anywhere in the world. When the IFC tells us that emerging economies alone could invest more than $20 trillion in clean energy infrastructure through 2030, and that non-OECD Asia represents the largest chunk of that, it's an eye-opening number. And we're no longer talking about a subsector of the, of the broader energy industry or a sort of niche sector here. Then the drivers of that growth are also, diversifying as well. So for the first time last year, there were more than 20 countries that invested at least $2 billion in renewable energy. China and India together accounted for $60 billion, but you've got, an increasing number of emerging economies that are diversifying that. The one other, macro trend I note, and I'm sure we can dive deeper into some of the details of this as the conversation goes on, but the coronavirus crisis will, have shaped some of these trends in material ways as well. One of them, of course, is just the significant fiscal impulse that we see globally. Well over $20 trillion of fiscal stimulus, a significant amount of which in some economies has been earmarked for green spending, and earmarked in particular for export-oriented green manufacturing activity and green investment. At the same time that you're getting a monetary policy response over 2020 to the coronavirus crisis that's lowered interest rates, and all else being equal, has made investments in more capital intensive but low recurring cost renewable and clean energy investments more attractive. So all this is to say that you've got the fiscal impulse, kind of the monetary policy conditions, and then also coming out of the crisis, a particular crisis, which is sharpened minds in terms of some of the vulnerabilities of the global trading system and the global economy to critical supply chains for critical materials and products. There's also likely going to be an acceleration of some of the already extant trends in terms of industrial policy, and an increased focus on a larger state-directed role in investment in certain strategic industries going forward. So all that augurs for a larger role for government, strategic investments in some key sectors within the energy transition, and I'd say particularly batteries and electric vehicles for some reasons that we can explore further. And at the same time that you're going to see significant, marginal demand growth in some of these technologies in non-OECD Asia. And that sets up a global landscape that looks different from, even 12 years ago coming out of the global financial crisis.
Well, thank you. I mean, you really have touched upon a number of key issues that, boy, we could spend hours diving deep on. But I'm glad you've given that overview, and we will come back to a number of points that you have raised. Let me go to George now. George, today, thinking about the fact that we've had the inauguration of a new administration here in Washington, one of the first actions that President Biden has taken has been to put the United States back into the Paris Accords. And in this regard, let me bring in this issue of climate. Do you think that the harmonization of climate policies among trade partners can avoid a trade war? And, if so, what would this exactly look like? What does the potential friction essentially tell us about the kind of larger trade issues that new climate policies on both sides of the Atlantic will put into play? It's a key issue, and it would be great if you could address this one. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm very happy to be participating in this panel because I think that the remarkable increases in climate ambition that we're seeing around the world, beginning with the EU, and now, of course, the Obama administration coming back into this with a zero carbon, net carbon pledge, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans. This new increase in climate ambition I think is going to raise a number of issues in the trade realm and with trade policy that are going to be very important, increasingly important, and attention to harmonizing trade policies to make trade a positive for climate rather than climate policy becoming a source of irritation in trade relations will be very important, something the Biden administration needs to address early and even peremptorily. Let me give you two quick examples. One is that because of the new emphasis on green COVID recovery plans, the EU countries, the US, and other developed countries are going to be, over the next year or 2 years, throwing enormous amounts of money into economic recovery, government spending that is going to be very carbon constrained. It's all aligned to be green and aimed at decarbonization. So those investment programs are going to have carbon limitations. They're going to be subsidies for low carbon development. They're going to be support tax benefits, regulations. Each of those programs is going to have elements that under traditional trade, WTO trade rules, other countries could possibly challenge. And instead of having a mutual war about this, the notion of sitting down early and talking about how the major developed economies that are trade partners agree to sort of stand still and not get in the way of each other's COVID recovery, green COVID recovery programs could be very important. The other example is the rise of this peculiar animal called the border carbon adjustment. The new EU leadership recognizing that in order to increase their ambition by 2030 and 2050, Europe was going to have a very higher and steadily increasing carbon price, has led the EU to commit to develop and implement a border carbon adjustment of some kind, precise design to be determined this spring and coming summer, which has raised quite a lot of anxiety among particularly the US business community and certainly Republican House and Senate offices. And in fact, the Biden plan contemplates a border carbon adjustment of some kind as well, even though the purpose of that is to protect your domestic industry and protect against leakage. And if you don't have a price, there isn't any basis for a carbon border adjustment, but it's in the plan. So the potential for, as you said, a border carbon adjustment war, tension and friction there is something that really needs to be avoided. And there are ways to do that. The EU probably is leaning toward a less trade impacting form of leakage protection, which is to use their own cap and trade system for imports rather than have a tariff or a levy. But there are lots of ways that the US and Canada, which also has and is going to have a very high price on carbon, versus the United States, which right now doesn't have an identifiable high price on economy-wide carbon price. There are lots of ways to get together early on and begin to talk about how to develop other kinds of measures, standards, and arrangements that will guard against leakage and protect the competitiveness of each country's highly carbon intensive industries without having a trade war. So I think the importance here for the Biden administration is to address these issues early, knowing that an ounce of prevention is going to be much less expensive than a couple of pounds of cure down the road.
Right. All right. Well, thank you, George, very much. Let me go back. Let's do another round of questions with each of you. And I also am going to mix a couple of things up as we go along. But let me start with back again with you, Dr. Tremblay. and actually would welcome if you have any reaction to what George said, because I did notice as he was speaking, you seem to be shaking your head yes in agreement. But I also want to come back to what you teed up a little bit before, because you were talking about investors, and we know that investors, in fact, around the world are making clear choices by putting money in businesses, industries, and jurisdictions that in their own view are meaningfully combating climate change. So, and by the way, divesting from those that aren't. So you had mentioned earlier the increased focus on ESG from investors. So how is Canada's own energy sector responding to this shift in investment to keep the industry growing in the long term? So I'd welcome your response to that. And also if you have a reaction to what George had said. Dr.
Yeah, reaction to George. I totally agree with what George said. I reacted because this is a very important point for us. We're moving ahead with important carbon pricing. We're moving ahead with clean fuel standards now. It's important, and our economy are so integrated between Canada and US. We've got, I think, 70 pipelines crossing the border. We've got, I think it's more than 30 transmission lines. So at the end of the day, it's really important for our economy to have actually measures that are complementary, that are aligned, that allow the goods to move from one side to the other side, because our economies and our prosperity depends on this. So that's why I was reacting to George's comment on this, because I think it's particularly important for our country. On the ESG, I think for me, it's an effort from the sectors, from the industry, but it's also an effort from the government. The reason why I think Canada is good and from an ESG perspective, first is because we're a great democracy. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. We have a rule of law. We've got a system in place that is grounded, and we can ensure some certainty to the investors. And we also have practices that are well respected, and I think that's important. Our industry sectors and energy sectors has been quite active on the ESG. IBAs that have been signed for years in the energy sectors. As I mentioned before, a lot of measures in clean techs have been taken to reduce the emissions of the industry sector. But we need to do more, and we want to be better. And it is an area that we're working on. For me, there's two areas that are particularly important. The first one is, I think more and more, if you want to have a good ESG profile, you need to commit on the net zero economy. I think countries have to be clear on what is the directions, what are the expectations from a national perspective. The most recent climate change plan that we just launched in December is quite clear on this. We put in place a legislation, governments has to develop a plan, has to review the plan. As I mentioned before, we have now the clean fuel standards that are being developed. We increased the carbon pricing in Canada. And we are making a lot of significant investments in making sure that we are decarbonizing the industry and also investing in the new energy sources. So I think for me, that's a very important point because it sends a signal to the sectors on what exactly the sandbox looks like in the country and how they can participate to the development of this new economy. So that's the first point. The second other for me that is important is how do we improve diversity and inclusions in the energy sector? It is an area that is quite important. I think it's important for US too. How do we make sure that the population participate, the population benefit from the energy sectors, that they actually, a lot of the energy sectors in our countries are in small remote communities, close to small remote communities. So how do we make sure that they are included, they benefit from the economic perspective coming with the energy sectors? And that's an area that for us is very, very important. We have, as you probably know, a legislation in front of Parliament for the implementation of the United Nations Indigenous Rights Declaration. So that's a very important element for us, the UN DRIP. We also work more with the industry on projects like, for example, Equal by 30, where we work with industry, making sure that they commit to gender equality in the industry by 2030. So for me, on the ESG side, we're doing great, but there's still things that needs to be done, that needs to be addressed, to make sure that we have an energy sectors that it's actually get the social acceptance and also at the same time benefit to all the different groups of the population in Canada.
Thank you for providing that perspective. That's very helpful, and it rounds out a bit of also more of what you said initially. Deborah, let's come back to you on China, because we really have a great resource in you in looking at where China is and how it fits into this picture. But what I want to also pose to you, David, I want you to take on, because I'm going to invoke the Eurasia Group. The Eurasia Group, in fact, had predicted that one of the top risks is that, quote, in 2021, climate will go from a playground of global cooperation to an arena of global competition, unquote. So first, starting with you, Deborah, how do you see that playing out exactly between the United States and China? And also, what are the ramifications more broadly for the rest of the world in this case?
Great. Thank you, Ambassador. And I know David will have a lot of insights into this as well, but I think the Eurasia Group is really onto something with this point. And I look at it in two ways. One, economically, Goldman Sachs has a study that they've done on the opportunities for investments and sales into the Chinese market for environmental goods and services. And they estimate it's about $1 trillion opportunity. That's hugely competitive for companies who are looking to sell and compete in China. And it's one of the ways, clearly, that China is going to try and grow its economy coming out of COVID. And so there's competition on the economic and trade front, but there's also going to be competition on the investment and financial front. As we look at what China has done in the context of energy vehicles, new energy vehicles, as I was mentioning earlier, they had decided that they could not compete in the traditional car market. And so they were going to leapfrog with the technologies. They created subsidies. For purchasing, they encouraged investment in these categories, and they now dominate the world in sales and are beginning to export these technologies overseas. Just recently, we've seen even Egypt this week announce a joint venture to manufacture new energy vehicles in Egypt. And so China is going to be setting the standards globally to the degree that they can in many of the clean technologies. And that's an area where they're going to be taking the United States head on. As we develop our own technologies, as the Biden administration looks at what our policies are going to be on exports of technologies to China, China is the largest market for our companies to commercialize those technologies. And if they don't have access to China, if we're not able to find ways to balance the limits and the rules around technology, is going to have an impact on our own domestic industry. So let me conclude there and let David add to that. I'm sure he has some terrific thoughts.
All right.
Well, I'm lucky I get to go second, because Deborah just made a flurry of terrific points, much more articulately than I would have. I would just add a couple of things. If you're looking for anecdotal evidence of this as well, just look at what a core part of the recently negotiated, comprehensive agreement on investment between the EU and China, that clean energy and the electric vehicle sector played in those negotiations, and in the final, list of negotiated concessions on market access, et cetera. One of the major objectives on the Chinese side was to increase market access to the renewable sector in Europe, which they were able to do, albeit with specific caps on some of that investment on a member state basis in the EU. Going the other direction, one of the primary objectives on the part of the EU that was successful was in gaining market access to the electric vehicle market and to new energy vehicle manufacturing in China. Another thing worth keeping in mind here is that those are competitive advantages that have been negotiated, in the sense that investment in manufacturing is not covered by most favored nation or MFN provisions at the WTO level. And so, those reductions in tariffs or market access gains are to be, you know, kind of completely captured by the negotiating party, in this case, the EU. And so I think that's just, you know, an anecdotal piece of evidence in terms of the centrality of some of these sectors in China, and you know, the fact that they're kind of core to future competitiveness concerns. Electric vehicles writ large, I'll just highlight, you know, it's not hard to kind of do it back of the envelope math to understand why this is so important. There are around 10 million electric vehicles globally today. There are around 1 billion, more than 1 billion internal combustion engine passenger vehicles today. That means that if you're looking to replace the fleet entirely, you're looking at doing a 10x, 2 times over of the current amount of electric vehicles deployed. You know, this may sound kind of outlandish, but it's actually feasible considering where battery costs are going. The cost of an electric vehicle battery pack has gone from, you know, dropped in price 88% between 2010 and 2020 over the past decade. Bloomberg estimates that that cost will drop below $100 per kilowatt hour in 2024. And that is where you start to get to the range of cost competitiveness without subsidies with a internal combustion engine vehicle. And again, when you have, you know, low interest rates, abundant consumer credit, and, you know, a lot of central banks around the world looking to kind of flatten out the yield, flatten out the curve, so that they keep credit on the back end of that curve cheap for a long time, it creates a set of circumstances in which electric vehicles could be very attractive to the individual household very quickly. Now, what this means is that these, you know, some of these vehicles will piggyback on existing vehicle supply chains, but many new value chains will need to be created. USMCA, for example, increased the amount of local content that's required, North American content that's required in the manufacture of new energy vehicles over what was in NAFTA. And that's going to require a huge amount of realignment of existing value chains in the electric vehicle sector, to the point where I think it's no longer a question of if, but when North America will develop a massive battery manufacturing and electric vehicle supply chain compared to what they have today. The real question is how that's going to be distributed across Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and how that North American platform in new energy vehicles is going to compare to the EU platform that's being readily invested in by EU officials and industry, as well as the Chinese platform, which we know already has a head start and is, you know, deploying tens of gigafactories every year when the United States is struggling, you know, has struggled, particularly kind of over the past several years, to deploy even a handful of gigafactories, battery gigafactories per year. So all this adds up together to be one of the most, you know, kind of predictable, you know, economic transitions and energy technology and economic opportunities in the history of economic transitions, and one that countries are going to readily lean into.
Thank you, David. Wow, I'm going to say you really dove deep on that one. George, I have to ask you this because you are very focused, of course, on, you know, the Biden administration. You're focused on the EU. What do you think about what David just said? Are you in agreement with that? Is that how you see, you know, he really cast this as a rather significant issue that's before us? Is that your perspective?
Well, I think that the EU agreement with China is and the descriptions that Deborah and David gave to some of the aspects of that, that's a perfect example of how trade policy can be used to foster a global climate ambition and improve everybody's climate program instead of causing each side's trading partner's climate program to be impeded or slowed down. And I think, but that's true also of not just of China, but indeed I think that people coming into the Biden administration, and certainly both the EU and the UK climate officials, and the UK will host the G7 meeting as well as the Glasgow COP, are looking immediately to this climate summit that President Biden said he's going to put together in his first 100 days, if that comes about. If not, the G7 meeting in London, to begin to focus specifically on how these kinds of investment agreements and investment arrangements and commitments that the G7 can make can actually help with the trade situation and increase everybody's investment. The big emphasis on finance. When you come back to the sort of EU, US, Canadian situation, which the minister referred to, I think what's happening between the US and Canada potentially could happen even more is a good example of how, again, trade can become positive, and there's a way to harmonize and align climate programs with Canada at a $30, $40 carbon price and going up to over $100 now, projected by in the next decade. There isn't any major trading partner of the United States that has a better reason to put a trade, border carbon adjustment on its imports from the United States than Canada. And yet, if you talk to business people in Canada, and I can characterize the government, so perhaps the minister doesn't have to say this, but there's a tremendous reluctance to do that because the Canadians realize that the benefits of a border carbon adjustment for their industry are probably far less than the trade disruption that it would cause in overall trade relationships. So they're not eager to do that. And what we're trying to do with Canada is to do a harmonization of climate programs in a different way so they can be more equivalent. Canada's adopted California's low carbon fuel system. Canada's moving on zero emission vehicles. So in the electrification, fleet electrification area, which is our largest sector of emissions, policies can be complementary, and so there isn't the price difference can be viewed as something that doesn't really provide for leakage of emissions. So what we need to do, are doing, and need to do more. Canada is a pretty good model also for how trade can be used to benefit everybody's climate program rather than be disruptive.
Thank you, George. I do have some questions from our viewers around the world, but I do want to give you, Dr. Tremblay, just a chance. Do you want to comment on what you heard from George? He certainly invoked Canada a number of times in his perspective. Would you like to comment at this moment?
I owe him money every time he pronounced the word Canada, so that's going to cost me a lot tonight. No, I'm teasing. I want to come back maybe also on what David said about the battery value chain. I think it's a very good point. I think we should not underestimate the change of paradigm in this economic shift. It's a very significant one. And every time we have a shift like that, there's new natural resources that are used, a new source of energy. It's not the first time it happened in human history. And I think it's going to demand, and it's going to ask North America to really work together on developing this value chain. And that's going to be a very important reason to be good partners over the next few years. I agree, of course, with George on the importance of harmonization. You want, as I mentioned before, the flow of goods between the two countries to be on equal playing field. You want to make sure that actually we have an integrated economy, and that's even better because that creates certainty for the industry that actually it's not just developing on one side, as you know, and exporting on the other side. As we know in the other sectors, the pieces actually are moving the border of many times sometimes. So it's very integrated, and that's why it's so important to do it.
Let me, if I can, go with one of the questions. We have several questions I do want to get in from our viewers. One was, and it's very much related to this conversation, the question is, what possibilities exist for the US, EU, China trilateral relationship, particularly under the new Biden administration? Deborah, do you mind if I go to you on that one? Would you be willing to take it on?
Sure. The Biden administration has stated that before they roll out their new China policy, they want to seek to rebuild and coordinate with their allies on their China policy. I think that's obviously an excellent place to start, but I think that the chances of doing that in a timely way are going to be very difficult. And I think that the success is going to be mixed. In areas where I think our allies will see it in their interest to coordinate with us, they will. But in areas where they're going to pursue their own self-interest, as always, but as we saw with the China-EU agreement, they're going to move forward. And they're not going to lose sight of the fact in 4 years, we could be facing a different kind of administration again. And so taking on China, China is the fastest growing economy, major economy in the world right now. Many other countries are still struggling to come out of their post-COVID recession. And there are only two real options for them to look to do that, the United States or China. And so they're going to be reluctant to take on China in any significant way. So I think if we put the trade issues aside, finding areas of common interest are going to be very important for the overall relationship. Clearly, climate change is one of those. And I do think there's the potential of coordination between not just the EU and the United States and China, but many of our allies to coordinate and see if we can't come forward with new policies. And I think the big issue in all of this is going to be financing and how we coordinate on the whole green finance issues, because ultimately Paris is only as good as our ability to implement. And for most countries, they don't have the financial wherewithal to do that.
Would any of you like to jump in on this and add anything further on this particular question? David?
I'll just to echo, to amplify and echo again what Deborah said, and just add that I think a really interesting catalyst for exploring some of those green finance discussions in interesting ways is probably, again, the emergence from the some of the debt distress and some of the debt loads that several emerging economies are going to have coming out of the coronavirus crisis. You know, for those who've been tracking this, they're probably aware that there's still a search for alignment, an evasive search for alignment, kind of between some of the G20 and Western Financial Paris Club, debt relief initiatives that have gone on, and the role that some expect China to play as a major lender, both official and unofficial lender to many of these economies through Belt and Road related financing, but also otherwise. And I think bringing in an energy transition, a climate resilience component to some of those discussions about trying to find common ground between some of the traditional lender entities in the form of the Paris Club and of course private creditors, et cetera. And China, on the other hand, can be, if done right, a very interesting additive component that can be a win-win all around.
George, do you mind if I come to you on another question that has come in from our viewers? It's uppermost in particularly a lot of Europeans' minds. How does the post-Brexit UK-US trade relationship fit into all of this? Do you have a view on that you'd like to share?
Well, I know that the British and EU climate people have continued to work together through all this. And I'm not sure that it really, in the long run, will have an enormous amount of impact. It may make, if you look at China on the one hand as as Deborah said, one of the two sources of financing that countries that don't have the resources to do a meaningful energy transition right now will look to. The other two are really the UK and the US. So it's the UK now and the US that have the resources in the rest of the developed world, the financial resources, the markets, the access. So in some ways it may enhance slightly the ability of the UK I don't want to be very supportive of the Brexit thesis, but it may be somewhat, maybe a push to the UK to become more active in climate finance with the US. And certainly Boris Johnson and the government are very conscious of the fact that, you know, this is going to be in some ways more important year than the Paris conference year. They are hosting it. They will get the credit or the blame to some significant extent of its success or failure. And I think it puts a heavy stress on them. So it's not inconceivable to me that this will enhance the appetite of Britain to become more of a leader rather than just be part of the pack of the EU, but to show some more leadership. They have to show, you know, they'll have to show some leadership because this is the first thing that the UK does that's this visible in the world as a whole on their own. And if they can't take leadership, if they fall behind, that makes Brexit look like a much bigger mistake. So there's a lot at stake for the British in the upcoming year on climate. And we'll see if that operates to the advantage of the climate finance itself.
Right. Do any of the other panelists, do any of you have a view on this that you want to share? All right, let me move on. We have another question, which is, a successful trade agreement would typically increase emissions output. Can trade policy truly be climate neutral? Who wants to take that one on? Can a trade policy be truly climate neutral? David? I don't know. I see you sort of, or Dr. Tremblay, either way. David, you want to go first?
It will have to. That's for sure.
I'll just say that I think it's you know, it's a complex question. It's a complex topic, and so there's not going to be an easy answer. It's a complex answer as well. It depends on how you're framing carbon neutrality, spatially as well as temporally, and I think that's really important because we're oftentimes going to generate emissions to on net reduce emissions later on in time. That's also, of course, going to be done on a geographic basis as well. So that has to, you know, we have to take account of that. And, you know, I think the objective here should be to, in the interim, try to reduce the carbon intensity of trade to wherever we can and to the degree we can. Because, of course, that's going to, especially coming out of a pandemic and a very challenging set of economic headwinds, you know, reducing that carbon intensity actually has the potential to unlock you know, more efficient economic growth and more productivity. In a way, we're just focusing on the absolute bottom line emissions in trade doesn't necessarily lead to that same outcome.
Well, let me just say that as a matter of pure policy, the question is absolutely correct because the purpose of a trade agreement is to increase output, right? Just like the purpose of the COVID recovery investments that countries all over the world are making is to increase output. But the trick, of course, is to make sure that the way in which that plan is designed and the way in which the output is produced is lower carbon output. So can trade agreements do that? They certainly can if the parties have that as a critical objective and follow through with it.
Deborah, did you, I don't know, I saw you motion at least or acknowledge that yes. Do you want to make a quick comment on this or no? It seemed like you were in agreement with what George just said.
Oh, yes, I was in agreement. I was thinking it was a very clever way to think about the issue. So, yeah. But that seems to be part of, I think, as we look at expanding the issues around which we negotiate. I know with the Canadians, you've been very creative in looking at diversity and including that in trade agreements. Clearly, this is going to be a critical part of any trade agreement that we look at going forward.
Okay, and Dr. Tremblay, we have 5 minutes left. So I'm going to do a quick round robin with each of you, but let me begin with you again. If you, of course, have a comment on that last question, go forth. But I do want to ask you, because now we have the Biden administration Just how do you see, in terms of Canada's energy sector, what will be maybe opportunities or changes, shifts that you envision? But please, if you'll give a brief response to that so we can do the round robin and get everybody in.
Yeah, on the first one, I just coming back on the trade, I think it's we have to go to a situation where it's not between economic development and trade versus emission and reduction of emission. It's finding a way to have economic development that actually include this. So how do we use the trade agreements to go there? I think David is right that for a certain period of time, it may be the intensity, but at some point it's going to have to be going in that direction for sure. I think it offers for us the relationship with the United States, with the new administration, offer a lot of opportunities. I mean, we're going to Paris together. We're going to Paris on the same side, with the same clear objective, which I think is key for two nations. It gives us an opportunity to actually start working on how we get there and how we get to the net zero economy. What does mean the development of this of the supply chain from the critical mineral perspective to get the batteries and the technology and the natural resources and the tools that we need for the new economy. So I think we are poised to actually succeed together on this. And that's what I believe. Our relationship is a relationship of friendships that has been there for decades and will continue. And now we have a partner, and it's been a long time since the last time we had a partners actually in US. It's totally aligned in terms of climate change. And I think in terms also on green energy. And we also share the same kind of objective of making sure that the population, the diversity of the population is well respected, making sure that we're inclusive in our policy, making sure that this development is not against such certain group of the population. So there's actually a savoir-faire, as we say in French, it is a non-American one that I think we're going to be able to work on.
Thank you, Dr. Tremblay. Forgive me for interrupting, but we only have about 2.5 minutes left. So I'm going to go to Deborah. Very fast question, 30 seconds, really. So what's the opportunity with China, given the new phase we're going into that you see?
I would say the opportunity with China is not only working with them at home, but abroad, and financing can make a big difference. And the Chinese just released a study suggesting that they give an environmental ranking to all Belt and Road projects. And while they can't change the policies that those governments make, they can change how they lend to those projects. And if they can change those standards, they can make a huge difference in what happens along the Belt and Road. And that's, I think, a potential area of cooperation.
And then David, and then George. Just, I'll let you take it in whatever direction you want, but just to be brief, with the new administration and relevant to this topic, what opportunity do you see or challenge? David, really 30 seconds.
Very quickly, I'll just say one thing I'm very excited about, that I think the Biden campaign and now the Biden administration has emphasized repeatedly is a need to invest first at home before starting to engage again and reconsider how the trade system needs to evolve to accommodate climate change. And I think that's important to be sustainable from a political economy perspective, so that we create these growth industries at home in the clean energy future. And then we can engage globally on how we grow those together.
All right, George.
Just a footnote to the trade discussion. I think there are tremendous opportunities if we view North America as a whole in energy cooperation and climate. And certainly the Biden and Trudeau administrations will be very, very cooperative. But there were certainly those Canadians and Americans who thought that Obama was not that interested in really North American cooperation. Bringing the Mexicans along on the climate agenda will be hard, but there are tremendous opportunities here looking at North America as more of an entity.
All right, well, look, first, let me say to Dr. Jean-Francois Tremblay, Deborah Lair, David Livingston, and George Frampton. All of you have been absolutely terrific. and energetic, given the time in which we're operating, at least in Eastern Standard Time. And just thank you. You've been an outstanding, outstanding panel. And now it really gives me a great pleasure to pass it back to Jennifer, who is going to take on the next panel. Jennifer, back over to you, and thank you. And thanks to our panelists again.
Thank you so much, Paula. Paula Dobriansky with us. That was such a fantastic panel. And again, just outstanding panelists for discussion on trade and the energy transition. So our next panel is also going to touch to a large degree on global trade, but we're going to zoom in on trade and cooperation in nuclear energy technologies. So for those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Jennifer Gordon, and I'm the Managing Editor and Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. I am so happy to introduce our next panel discussion, which is our third nuclear-focused panel at the forum this year, New Global Opportunities for Nuclear Energy. I'm looking forward to this conversation in which we'll be covering different regional requirements and interest in nuclear energy technologies, nuclear energy financing, and international civil nuclear cooperation. First, I'm delighted to introduce our panelists. Marcelo Gomes da Silva, head of the new project development department at Electronuclear Brazil, Cosmin Ghita, the CEO of Nuclear Electrica in Romania, Collins Juma, Chief Executive Officer of Nuclear Power and Energy Agency in the Republic of Kenya, Ambassador Laura Holgate, the Vice President of Materials Risk Management at the Nuclear Threat Initiative, John Hopkins, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of NuScale Power, and Kalev Kalamets, Chief Executive Officer of Fermi Energia in Estonia. So I'd like to start off by asking our panelists to each give a snapshot from their own unique vantage point of the international nuclear energy market. And Laura, I would like to start with you and ask, the global nuclear market is expected to triple by the middle of this century. So why is it that nuclear energy right now is having this global renaissance?
I think it really comes down to climate. I think so many countries are focusing on their commitments under the Paris Accords or other forms of political commitment, or just recognizing the importance of climate issues for their country, whether from a health perspective or a environmental perspective, or all the different ways in which climate is impinging upon how countries, manage their overall economies. So the opportunity for another form of clean energy alongside solar, wind, hydro, other types of renewables is really, I think, a big motivation, because nuclear can fill roles that the other renewables can't, that other clean energies are not able to fill, whether it comes to baseload or whether it comes to load following or other applications, such as the importance of clean water and desalination, whether it's process heat to support industry, whether it's hydrogen down the road as we look to decarbonize the transportation components of our economies. These new reactor types that are coming in, the Generation 4 reactors, offer a lot of diversity of application beyond what was possible before. So I think not only are you seeing countries looking for new sources of clean energy, but you're also seeing new ways for nuclear energy to fill needs and niches within these new economies.
Thank you, Laura. And that's a perfect, I think, pitch to the next question, which is, as you're talking about the niche that nuclear energy can fill, and I really want to do a deep dive almost country by country here, and we have such a great opportunity with so many people gathered from so many different time zones to really get into this. But I want to ask Marcelo Gomes, why does nuclear energy make sense in Brazil? Brazil has hydropower and solar and wind. So what's that niche that nuclear is going to fill in Brazil?
Hello, and good evening, good morning, everyone. Yes, Brazil is a developing country, and as as such, we have a huge demand for a new infrastructure for sewage, water treatment, education, lighting, and so on. So there's a big pressure for new megawatts on the grid year by year as the country evolves, as the industry grows, and the cities get more dense, and you need to have more services to the population. If you have a country like Brazil, which actually has a lot of hydro resources, but there's a big pressure, environmental pressure against new developments. You can't flood large areas anymore. So we are somehow restricted to renewables like solar, wind, and stick to the hydro we have, or just without reservoirs. And we have to grow. Brazil doesn't have much coal, and so nuclear is a very important option for the country, for a country like Brazil, to put new megawatts, to put on the grid to face the development of the country, right? We also have a issue that's quite recent on climate change. When a country has such large dependence on hydro as Brazil has it, so we used to be over 80%, now we are 60% hydro. We're very sensitive to the hydrology of years. We have some dry years, we have some rainy years, and what we are seeing now is that more and more it's getting drier and drier, which means that the affluences, the amount of water we have on the rivers is not reflecting what we used to have in the past. So there's also this pressure that we are starting to see, and of course we need base load. And so if you put everything together, we need for economically viable base load that brings safe security in supply. And this way, nuclear has an important role in the country and in the region, I should say.
Thank you, Marcelo. That's so interesting because we talk and we focus so much on what our energy system, what our power system is doing to the environment. And then we don't often think about the flip side, which is what does the environment do to the available sources of energy? So when you talk about hydropower and how that's impacted by the environment. So I think that's just absolutely fascinating. Thank you. I want to pose a question to Collins. How did Kenya recognize the need for nuclear power in its energy mix?
Thank you, Jennifer. I want to say that we are also going through the same route that Brazil is taking. We also have some little drops of solar and wind and other renewables. But how we came to the discussion on the table for nuclear is that Kenya aspired at that time, that was around 2008, to become a middle income economy like Malaysia and Singapore. And we had designed projects, and we call them flagship Vision 2030 flagship projects that would enable us to reach where we wanted to go, or where we want to reach by the year 2030. And having done that, we looked at what would be the enablers, because infrastructure would be an enabler to such a vision, and then energy is a big component. Then having identified energy as an enabler, then we also look at the sources we had at that time, and we've been over-dependent on hydropower. And our experience is not very good with hydropower because of the hydrology. So when the weather variability goes down, we also have, we don't have enough power. And that time, 2008 also, we had discovered the potential of geothermal power. Actually, we are one of the largest producers of geothermal in Africa. So we did a crunch of numbers on what the potential of geothermal, how far can we stretch our hydro what would be the possible generation from coal. And we were talking of imported coal. And then at that time also, we just had the Paris conference on capping on coal generation. And then we looked at if we do additional wind and solar, not given that they are not base load. So in terms of industrialization, we can't really depend on wind and solar. And then we thought of how about nuclear for long term? Because we found that with the potential we have in hydro, with the potential in geothermal, and what we could generate from coal, we would still need a baseload generation when it comes to industries. And we decided that for long term, we start nuclear program. And that's what we've been doing for the last 8-9 years. So that when we reach that stage, then, nuclear takes a long time. So if it takes a lead time of 10-15 years, you don't want to reach there, then you start a journey of another 10-15 years. That's how we arrived at this decision. And I would say that it's progressing well. And given the ups and downs of development of nuclear in any country, I think the graph is gradually going up. Thank you.
Thank you, Collins. And I think one thing that jumped out to me in your remarks just now was when you said we crunched the numbers, and that this made sense. And because I think that oftentimes, at least maybe this is just in the United States, but we talk all the time about the high upfront costs of nuclear energy. But then when you drill down just a little deeper and people say, oh, well, we crunched the numbers. And I think the answer is right there. So that said, I want to go to Kalev and say to you, again, we sort of have this view that in the EU, nuclear is extremely unpopular. But my question is it possible that the door might still be open specifically for SMRs?
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be a struggle because in European Union, we do have member states that are truly, for internal political reasons, strongly anti-nuclear, and one of those nations is Austria, that creates problems for Czech Republic and Slovakia and Slovenia, and probably also for Cosmin in Romania, and there are some few others. So that doesn't go away. So there will be no European coherent policy on nuclear for decade to come, I'm pretty confident. However, we are free nations still to make up our own mind. And the reality in European Union is that we have carbon pricing, and climate neutrality goal will be legally binding by 2050, which is really, really soon when we talk energy infrastructure. So currently, early this year, the carbon price in Europe is 35 euros per ton, and it's moving upwards. And it's because of the COVID crisis, because of the money printing, and it goes to the assets like Tesla and other assets that are related to climate. And a CO2 emission right is one of those long-term assets that is a safe bet, meaning that when Estonian government foresee the carbon pricing just 2 years ago, they predicted that in 2030, the carbon price will be 35. Now we're 2021, right? And expectation for the end of this year is beyond 40. So it's really serious. And what is also serious and clear is that renewable build-out is strongly below expectations. It is much more challenging to move from some wind, some solar to significant wind, significant solar. So this step up is also being recognized, and I'm extremely pleased that the new government which will be formed under first female prime minister in Estonia recognizes the potential of SMRs. And I'm really pleased also that in Europe, at least by some utilities, there is a wake up at the potential of SMRs as compared to the large nuclear, which really makes many governments and utilities fringe on thinking that I have to invest $7 billion. That really, well, is very problematic.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kalev, for that great snapshot. And I want to turn to Cosmin and ask you from Romania, is that sort of your view as well? Or what do you have to either add or, perhaps argue with in what Kalev just said?
Well, let me quickly touch base on and restate what has been said by everyone here. Decarbonization without nuclear is impossible. And there is no ESG core without decarbonization. So we're right at the very center of ESG financing. You want to have a sustainable environment, you want to have a clean energy future, nuclear needs to be part of it. And then it should be rightfully recognized and rewarded as such. We're going to see about $1 trillion as a market, as a potential investment check for adopting ESG standards worldwide. Now, if we were to go back to half a step, the EU taxonomy and the role it plays in defining nuclear energy as a sustainable form of development is critical. And it is unfortunate that to this moment, we haven't managed to include nuclear as part of the taxonomy of the various sources of production that can be deemed as sustainable, simply because of ways in which the classification is done. But I'm very sure that this will happen. And by understanding SMRs, as well as current nuclear, for example, for Romania, the nuclear program helped save 20 million tons per year. So we were almost 150 million tons of CO2 saved through 2 CANDU reactors that were operating at Chernogorsk. I think that financing will become much more accessible in this sense. However, we all need to cooperate between ourselves and really understand the fact and the scientific truth, rather than take other bureaucratic considerations in doing our evaluation.
Great. Cosmin, that was terrific. And now that we've kind of talked about the why of nuclear, Cosmin, both from you and then also picking up on what Laura said in the beginning in her remarks, and then gone around this room, of international experts, I want to go to John Hopkins and say, as a U.S. company, which emerging markets do you think hold the most potential for NuScale? And, where are you looking and what are you looking for when you survey the international landscape?
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Again, let me start off by saying thank you for the invite tonight. I've only been with NuScale now for 8 years, and I came out of an industry where we built and invested in offshore wind and PV solar. And I can remember coming in, when I mentioned the small modular reactor or advanced reactor, a short 8 years ago, most people would either roll their eyes or they say it's all about economies of scale and it's only about large. And in a short 8 years, I now see when I go to IAEA conferences, banners, it says large is now the niche, it's all about small. And there's a lot of reasons, I believe, for that. And we've been very fortunate, and NuScale had a milestone year this year in August of 2020. We have completed the Nuclear Regulatory Commission phase 6. So we're essentially in the process of going out and building plants. We currently have our first customer in the United States who just signed our contracts. We got our first task order, and this will be our first site will be at Idaho National Lab, and it'll be with the Utah Association of Municipal Power. And the contractor will be Fluor Corporation, who's a private investor into the NuScale. But it's been a daunting challenge to get where we are. Now that we have gone through the NRC process, we're seeing a lot of interest around the world. It was mentioned earlier, in terms of the EU, of the 27 countries in the EU, I don't know how many exactly, 14, 16 do have nuclear power. And we're getting calls from Central and Eastern Europe, and predominantly for 2 reasons. It was stated earlier. One is energy security, And the other one is climate disruption and the impact as it relates to carbon tax initiatives within the EU. So we currently enjoy memorandums of understanding with 5 countries within Central and Eastern Europe, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East. So when I look at where the market is, it's really about who has, in terms of timing, our intent is my first plant will be 8 modules, each module 77 megawatts. Once I get my first module up and running, that's my pilot plant to be able to show I can be cost certain, the economics are going to support this, and I will move into number 2 and number 3. When I was asked by the Kazakh president about, and it always comes down to commercial reality. Are you going to be commercially viable? Right now, where we are, I've scaled up everything in our small reactor. Our fuel is less than 5% fuel that's been used around the world. We have a very robust supply chain globally. We're working with, and we have suppliers who invest in us. Doosan out of Korea, Sargent Lundy out of the US, Cerens now out of Belgium. And where I'm looking at is our primary focus is within the US, it's going to be areas of probably the Northwest where fossil fuel plants are being shut down. And, hopefully we're going to be able to come in and say our emergency planning zone is outside boundary limits. So we've already done all the analysis on creating jobs for those communities. And I think it's going to be very similar in other parts of the world. Now, where we're getting interest, most of it's for electricity use, but the applications, and I heard today when I was listening to some of my associates in the other industry, in the other reactor business, it's heat, it's providing energy for process heat, for desalination. The new one that's on the block right now is hydrogen production we were just talking about. NuScale has been working with INL since 2014 on providing the economics associated of using a NuScale module in the production of hydrogen. And now we're looking at low temperature as well as high temperature. So where it's going to come, I'm not sure where my second plant's going to be, but it's probably going to be in that part of the world I just mentioned, Africa, Middle East, or Central Europe.
Thanks, John. That's just a fascinating look at how you look at the world from the US. But also I want to say that your remarks just now picked up on the first of our 3 nuclear panels, which was last night. We looked at nuclear beyond power and applications of nuclear for hydrogen, heat, and desalination. So, and then I should also say the second of our 3 nuclear panels over the course of the Global Energy Forum was this afternoon, and it was on nuclear innovation and what the next 10 years will look like in nuclear energy. So I think that this panel really is tying a bunch of those threads together. And I want to keep doing that and do kind of, again, a deep dive on new reactors, but specifically, again, from the standpoint of what the new reactors mean for international cooperation and for international development and trade. So I want to go again to you, Laura. We've talked a lot about this notion of security by design in the context of the new reactors. And can you say more about what security design means and why it matters?
Well, these new reactors differ from the large gigawatt scale reactors that dominate the global energy market right now on the nuclear front in many ways. And they have different fuel types. They have different enrichment levels of those fuels. They have different fuel forms. They will need new facilities to make their fuel and to manage the spent fuel that comes out of the back end. And these are in many cases different, not so much NuScale, because NuScale is, as John said, is building on an existing global supply chain. But a lot of these other reactor types do have, whether it's the TRISO fuel in a billiard ball shaped fuel element, or whether it's liquid metal fuels that some reactors are talking about. These are very, very different from the standard, gigawatt scale light water reactor that is the backbone of not just the nuclear energy production world, but also the global guidance on how to use those reactors safely and securely. And so there's going to be a significant change that's already happening in the US and Canada, a little bit in the UK, on the regulatory front on how to apply principles to new types of technology. And the most important thing that can be done is to really take advantage of the fact that these are still, still in the process of being designed and licensed and built, and we can make changes now to make sure that they are secure by design, in addition to the safety and the economics that are being designed into them. You know, people think about nuclear security as being a very expensive component of nuclear energy, but that's primarily because it's been added on post facto to the generation 3 and 3+ reactor types. The major changes in our understanding about nuclear security happened well after those reactors were designed. And so the security improvements have been glued on in a way. If those can be built in, then you can not only make them less costly, but you can also then have that be a selling point of the reactor, that it is in fact easier to secure and protect. The other thing that's different about these reactors is that they're going into new parts of the world, countries that may have less experienced regulatory processes, that may be in areas that are more susceptible to conflict. And so the environment in which these reactors may be used is also going to be quite different. So all of these argue for taking the time now to pay attention to how do we design in security, not just in the reactor, but in the fuel cycle itself, to make sure that these reactors can be securely deployed globally at the scale that will be necessary for them to make the difference that needs to be made on the climate side.
Thank you, Laura. That was a fascinating overview. And I want to kind of go around the room again and just get a sense of how everyone on this panel is thinking about, these issues and, as they look to each of their own countries' nuclear energy programs. So Marcelo, I want to go to you and just ask, as you think about the types of nuclear that Brazil is developing, are you focusing more, to what extent are you focusing on extending the operation and capacity at Angra Unit 1, or are you really more focused at this point on advanced nuclear reactors?
Okay, so for the present, we are working very, very hard on the life extension of Angra 1, because it's a big issue. It's quite economical if you have an operating plant and you can extend its lifetime by 20 more years. It's wonderful, right? And we are concluding a new plant, Angra 3, which is a twin of Angra 2. These are the big projects that are going on in Brazil right now. For the expansion, the new nuclear generation, we have just recently issued a new 2050 plan. The country has issued a 2050 energy plan, and it sees there's room for expressive new nuclear generation, in some cases up to 10 gigawatts. Depending on the deployment of new solar and wind and so. So there's a lot of room for new nuclear in the country. We still see the backbone of this expansion as in large pressurized water reactors, right? But has been recently a lot of interest in small modular reactors. For some regions of Brazil, it makes a lot of sense, especially if you look at the north of the country. When you go to the Amazon area, you have some very large cities there that are isolated from the rest of the country. You can't cross the forest with transmission lines. It's very complicated, environmentally speaking. So there's a lot of sense in using small modular reactors in that region. And in fact, at the end of 2020, we had a blackout in one of those cities there. It was a very difficult issue because some large transformer that supply the cities, they had some issues, and we had many days in a complete blackout in the city, which is we can't admit that in the 21st century, right? So there's a lot of sense for small modular reactors in that area as well. As a whole, I think just throw an idea. I think that it would benefit a lot the industry in the world if we had some sort of global regulation or approval for small modular reactors, just like you have in the aviation industry, where you can certify an airplane and fly it in many countries. If you try to build up the infrastructure for licensing reactors in every country, I think it's a difficult thing. It's not very efficient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcelo. And I love that comparison to the aviation industry. Collins, I want to go to you and ask, you've talked about phasing in small reactors while monitoring Kenya's electricity grid. So can you give us a sense of where you're at in that process and the types of nuclear reactors that you feel are most appropriate for Kenya?
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. I think I gave my story up to when we made a decision that we want to include nuclear in the energy mix. But now the initial thought was that the GDP would grow to some extent that by the year 2030, we shall have had an expanded grid. You know, the energy consumption and GDP, the graph is almost similar. So that was the thinking that time, but due to world economic constraint, that has not happened. So we had to do a paradigm shift, because initially we thought of 4,000 megawatts by the year 2030 in terms of the fleet of 1,000, and the last 1,000. But the way the economy has grown, and to that extent, the way our grid has grown, we find that this might not be achievable. So we've shifted our thought to small modular reactors, and for good reasons. That the flexibility within the grid, that is if you have a small grid, and the construction time, and grid accommodation. And maybe the last one, if John allows me, is the cost. But that is a discussion that maybe we'll have later. So because of those reasons, we've had a paradigm shift to consider having small modular reactors. And we've done a reactor technology assessment for both large power reactors and the modular reactors. Now, this is not only for Kenya in the sub-Saharan Africa, but I think most of the grids in this region are small grids. And I think the SMR has come at the right time, where countries that maybe in terms of capacity and in terms of financial might not be able to afford the large reactors in terms of those factors I've just mentioned, might turn to modular reactors. And I think many will follow suit. Those are the reasoning that has taken place to make us reach such a decision that we consider the small modular reactors. We know the NuScale is leading in this, where then we have the smart reactor from Korea. And I think Chinese are also doing their bit on that. But we've not really made a decision of which particular reactor we want to install. What we have in principle is that we are likely to go to small modular reactors. So that's the decision that is currently being reviewed.
Thank you. That's fascinating. Again, just looking at different grids and at the grid of any particular country and saying, well, what makes the most sense here? So, Kalev, I know your answer on SMRs. I know that you're extremely supportive and bullish on SMRs. And my question to you is, do you kind of come to that conclusion either because of the technology itself, Or do you think that there's an extent to which SMRs have a unique ability to attract private capital, and that also that, you know, once you bring in the financing angle, that's also kind of a case that can be made for SMRs in comparison to, say, you know, light water reactors or something traditional?
No, it's very simple. It's economics. Like I said, the carbon price right now is 35. When I did my PhD, the price 18 months ago, the price was 15, and I saw, based on the numbers that I did, that it will go where it is today. Not so soon, but the price has to go to 80 by 2040 to reach the European goals. And it is absolutely recognized that in Europe, the easiest way to decarbonization is electrification in transportation and heating, but also in other industrial sectors, meaning the power demand goes up. And this is the primary. This is absolutely the primary demand. And it is impossible to invest into natural gas. It is impossible to invest into coal in Europe if you're really doing the numbers and understanding what are the consequences of the policies that have been adopted already. So it is only possible to do non-carbon emitting sources. And you know, like I said, renewable doesn't cut it, and it doesn't have the security of supply element. So when we are in Estonia and the Baltics, where we have right now -7 degrees outside and, well, very little sun, latitude 59, I mean, it's no-brainer. We're like Canada, Sweden, and Finland. They have nuclear, we have to have nuclear as well. It is just up to the capability of organizing and doing it. I would pour a little bit cold water on the argument of advanced nuclear. No, we have to do nuclear now. We can't wait. We have to get projects moving on based on light water systems where we have the training, regulatory system in place, supply chain in place. So the decisions made in the States by UAMPS, by OPG, hopefully also in UK on Rolls-Royce design are hugely important for the deployment nations to see credible technologies with credible budgets to move into business. But if you're moving, looking at Europe, we have something like 50 giga of capacity going out of the window next 15 years, like coal and natural gas, but also old nuclear. That has to be replaced and added up additional capacity. So it's we have to get multiple new projects moving in many nations in Europe, and I'm seeing pretty good awakening by some companies that are within or closest partners of Fermi Energia, Vattenfall, Fortum, and Tractebel, and so there is awakening.
Thank you, Kalev. And I want to again go to Cosmin and ask you for your view, again from Romania. And do you see SMRs as the next step? And to what extent do you feel, because I know you're also extremely interested, in this question of nuclear energy finance. So how do you kind of see, bringing in new nuclear and also bringing in the finance piece?
Well, I'm going to talk in my capacity as a CEO of a nuclear operator who is currently in the process of completing a vision that was started years ago with 4 large CANDU type reactors, but keeps a close and impatient eye on the gift of new nuclear technologies. And realistically, what better time would be to open a gift if not the present? And it's for that reason that we have signed an MOU with NuScale for knowledge sharing and basically buttressing our understanding of these new technologies. And we've also accessed a USTDA grant of $1.2 million to identify the new sites that would be credible to SMRs. For Romania, as I previously mentioned, nuclear is part of the decarbonization package, and it has been for a long period of time. So we will be looking to grow. The new technologies that come in, they do offer a lot of other benefits on top of enhanced security. load following and also possible cogeneration in hybrid systems. It's something that is actually a dream come true if you are to look at environmental considerations and decarbonization. You have resilient energy production with zero emissions. And that is why we feel that from a finance standpoint, it should be rewarded as such, because it has added benefits through increased uptime, and also it can give you all types of cogeneration benefits that would make this a very worthwhile investment. Now, this modularity of SMRs might make it even much easier to deploy capital into it than large infrastructure, because the CapEx is required into various tranches. And you don't have a one-time, let's say, large ticket. The question would be is managing completion risk. And I think that through modularity and having repeated forms of construction, in multiple construction, you can manage that completion risk. That is one of the largest impediments to access private financing into the nuclear space.
Thank you. And I want to go to John and continue on this question of finance. What is international co-financing look like? Again, from your standpoint, and I know you mentioned before, kind of some of the international partners that you work with at NuScale, but, are you looking at co-financing builds, in third-party countries with our established civil nuclear allies? Are you actively seeking foreign investment in U.S. projects? What do you think of when you think of international co-financing and financial cooperation?
I'm often asked, Jennifer, who is our competition outside the United States? And, my immediate answer generally is state-owned enterprises who do have the ability to do wraparound financing. And fortunately, recently, as last year, the US IDFC, International Development Corporation, had dropped their nuclear prohibition and are stated they will finance. I read just 2 days ago, I think it was, a memorandum of understanding between the Japan Bank of International Cooperation and IDFC to finance, and within their portfolio, they mentioned advanced reactors also financing. So, will those type of entities help us, in terms of totally level the playing field? No, but it's increasingly important for us to have that additional air in our quiver when we go to these countries and say we can help finance. We also have Exim Bank that has a quorum now. We'd hope to get at some point in time the World Bank to take in consideration that these developing countries have specific needs and they should drop their nuclear prohibition, and we need them help to get there. And we've been talking to them, and I think we're making some inroads. So that financing capacity that you mentioned is very important for our technologies going forward in many of these countries.
Thank you, John. And I'm so glad that you mentioned these developments in the last few years that we've seen, especially DFC and Exim. And I think, I don't know about you, but I think a few years ago, if you'd said what's on your policy wish list, a lot of people would have said, those two right up at the top. So it's been really, just incredible to see that happen. I do want to stay on this notion of international civil nuclear cooperation and ask Laura, what does that look like to you? And you can stay on the co-financing or you can move into IAEA or take this question in whatever direction you wish.
Well, I think there's multiple layers of international cooperation that are going to be required. The financing that John just mentioned is, I think, essential, and it's great to see these new tools in the U.S. to allow us to compete more effectively on the global scale. Marcelo mentioned the potential for collaboration among regulators to provide a common regulatory structure for some of these new reactor types that are coming online. That's an exciting opportunity. the International Atomic Energy Agency is obviously the centerpiece of international cooperation. I think there's a lot they need to do to bring the safeguards requirements that will exist for the vast majority of countries that operate these new types of reactors, and to think about the application, as I mentioned earlier, of security requirements as they apply to new technologies. There's also the potential to follow the path of the low enriched uranium bank that the IAEA owns and operates on behalf of its member states, to think about applying that to new fuel cycle facilities that might be needed, or other aspects of the new requirements for these different types of reactors, or for the spread of existing reactor technologies. And so I think international cooperation is going to be right at the heart of this, as it should be. That's a good thing. The more countries understand about how each other is using nuclear energy and the environment in which they're applying it, the more secure and confident we can be that it's being used for peaceful purposes and not diverted to, other illicit activities.
Thank you, Laura.
Jennifer?
Yes.
I think the ambassador was spot on the comments of, and we're seeing start of collaboration. Recently, the NRC, US NRC, and Canada have formed an MOU to accept certain data between two countries, and that's a big start. We have a real champion, and the NEA Director General Bill Magwood has been trying to promote, again, from a regulatory perspective, some continuity between countries to come together to help enhance and promote the regulatory process. So we're starting to see it happen within specific countries. And I hope again, I'd love to see the UK with their GDA process do similar, working with the US, Canada, et cetera, and form some sort of consortia in that regard. So we're seeing progress there.
Absolutely. And I want to thank you, John, and I want to stay, I think, on that regulatory piece and international harmonization, and go back to you, Marcelo, because you sort of introduced this notion into this conversation. And I want to ask, do you have more to add, or is there anything else that you would add to that, any other pieces of that international cooperation puzzle?
Well, nuclear industry has international cooperation from the start, right? We, for example, we are an operating company. We do operating reviews abroad, and people from other operating organizations come to make peer review on our plants. There's an intense flow and exchange of information, of operational experience, design experience. I think it's an industry that is very strong on international cooperation, especially on the operating side. If you look at some what we call vendor countries, countries that sell nuclear power plants, they have, most of them, they have cooperation programs, very aggressive cooperation programs. They establish nuclear universities, training programs for establishing regulatory bodies on other countries. This is also very interesting. Of course, it's a commercial interest behind all that. But I think that, as I said, nuclear industry international cooperation is very, very strong. I think IAEA plays a major role on that as a common place for exchange of ideas or establishing regulations. And it's always it's a very tough job to accommodate all the different commercial interests, national interests, but they do a wonderful job on that. And I think that we should see that coming more and more, as I put in that idea of harmonization of regulation for small reactors. And I think also for sharing operational experience, formation, training of operators. There's a lot of grounds that, of course, we can have larger international cooperation, both on an international basis, but also on regional as well. I think countries, if you take a specific region like Latin America or Africa, they're culturally very close countries, and they have similar issues, and they can share their experience together. And I think this is very exciting for the industry as a whole.
Collins, I want to go to you and ask a similar question. What does international cooperation look like to you, and what are you looking for from international civil nuclear partners?
Yeah, I think my colleague from Brazil has said it all, because nuclear, the key words in nuclear is peer review and global cooperation. And I said that when we made this decision in 2008, I think the first step or the first stop was IEA, when we went to get the guidelines on how member states are guided on how to develop the nuclear power program. And after looking at all the 19 infrastructure issues and carrying out a pre-feasibility study and doing a peer review through INER mission, then we realized that we want to learn from those who've done it well, and that's when we started signing MOUs. We signed MOU with Korea, we signed MOU with China, Ghana. We had a framework arrangement with the US, which we are now formalizing through a government-to-government MOU. So we realized that cooperation is the in thing and the key thing in a nuclear power program, especially for the newcomer countries. But I believe also for the countries that are also adding their fleet, I think cooperation is still key to them. I want to say that we've really benefited from these cooperations, and especially the technical advice from the TC department in the IEA, and also from our development partners, because at least in nuclear, you may know something that the other person doesn't know. And I would say that going forward, cooperation is the word in the nuclear world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Kalev, I want to ask, and I know you had your hand up just a moment ago. So your thoughts on international civil nuclear cooperation? Yeah,
we're cooperating a lot in Europe, as we are, most of us are relatively small countries, and I'm cooperating also with Cosmin, our Romanian friends, and Czechs, and Irish, and Dutch, and so forth. And very closely, I'm having every week at least two discussions with our American partners of different companies and organizations. But I would, John mentioned well how Russia is able to finance nuclear. But look how, and remember how nuclear started with Eisenhower's speech, right? So what needs to be happening again is, from United States perspective, is national leadership on nuclear selling. So Mr. Putin is selling Russian reactors. Mr. Macron is selling French reactors. So if America wants to again be a global leader, your president has to be involved. You have to understand how serious nuclear energy is for any nation for deployment as well. It is not a commercial decision only. So it's a serious thing. And that has to be felt. That has to be felt by the national leadership. So, I mean, that is something that has to be relearned, I believe, in United States, apparently. But yeah, cooperation is extremely important also in licensing. But we have to realize what is the regulation in the world when it comes to International Atomic Energy Agency and also European regulations. So the regulatory independence is the rule, and therefore we have developed in Estonia, together with our Finnish partners, a framework for SMR licensing, which would utilize to maximum extent the country of origin safety assessment report. And that is something we're combining common agreement on with the other companies' intent on deploying new nuclear or SMRs in Europe. But yeah, I think nuclear is really, really serious. Okay, it is related so much to politics, so much to the national leadership decisions. So United States leadership has to be serious, understanding that if they want to be regaining that position, that has only one consequence. There has to be full international commitment at the leadership level. That is how it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalev. And so we have about 4 minutes left, and you brought up the American president and his role in international nuclear energy. So with the time that we have remaining, I want to do just a quick lightning round, go around the room and ask, what signals are each of you looking for from the new Biden-Harris administration? So let's start again with Laura.
So I'm looking at the folks who've been named, whether it's John Kerry or Gina McCarthy or Jennifer Granholm, to the key roles. And so far, they are not known for a particular perspective very much on these nuclear issues. So I'm going to be looking at the staffs there to see who they bring on and see, are they ready to play the kind of leadership role that Kalev really accurately points out is going to be critical.
That's a great point, Laura. I should say, raise your hand if you've ever Googled John Kerry nuclear or Jennifer Granholm nuclear. I think that's most of us on this call. Marcelo, what are you looking for from the new U.S. administration?
Well, I think that an important change is that the U.S. is coming back to the Paris Agreement. So environmental, the climate change issues are important. This is very good news for nuclear as a greenhouse-free energy source. And I also expect that international cooperation also continues in nuclear. We have an important program with US right now, and I hope it continues in this administration.
Thank you, Marcelo. Collins, what are you looking for from the US administration?
Yeah, I think the climate change mitigation is key, as has just been mentioned, and I think it's good US is coming back to the table on this issue. But not only that, I hope the new administration, when I listened keenly last night, the speech was, it gave an array of hope that maybe we could go back to those days when the US government plays a major role in the nuclear industry. I think there's been a lull for some time because companies like Westinghouse used to be big names in the nuclear discussion. But I think it came some time where you could have a whole conference without mentioning Westinghouse. But let's hope that the new administration will bring back nuclear industry to where it used to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Give us your 10-second take on what you're looking for.
Yeah, in 15 years, shut down all coal in the United States and replace it with SMRs. Very simple. And I mean, there are multiple tools in the presidential toolbox to do that. And ultimately, by 2050, you have to shut down all natural gas. That's as simple as it goes. And replace it with SMRs and with renewables. And that's serious. That is serious thing. And we're doing it in European Union. And that's why we need multiple sites and businesses to deploy SMRs. And that's what we're doing in Estonia with Fermi Energia.
Thank you, Kalev. Cosmin.
Well, the one thing that I would say is, yes, giving the signal that the U.S. is looking for to continue its support in being a present nuclear leader, because nuclear projects expand over multiple years and multiple administrations. So the bipartisan support and stewardship towards advancing the nuclear agenda needs to be at a strategic level. And that is why, for example, Romania decided to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the US in developing its civil nuclear sector, because it is part of the strategic relationship and that needs to stay course.
Thank you, Cosmin. And John, the last word is to you, with possibly the most on the line here in the new US administration.
Well, you know, we're very proud that we have a real private public partnership. No, we wouldn't be here without the U.S. government, Congress, NRC, DOE, and our private investors, particularly Fluor Corporation. But I'd like to see, if you think in the last decade, a great success story has been the cost of renewables and how they've come down dramatically. $51 billion was, over the last 10 years, was provided to renewables as incentives and tax breaks to help get them where they are today. If we had some of that money in the advanced nuclear community, I think the returns to our government would be phenomenal. And if you had $10 billion of incentives, that could produce over 6 gigawatts of SMR capacity by 2035. I'd like to see more of that happening.
Thank you. I think this was a fantastic note to end on, and it's just been a fascinating conversation. And I'm so grateful to each and every one of you for joining us. So should also say, I think I said this in the green room, I'm not sure if I said it on the panel once we were live, but I think that we've assembled the largest group of people in the highest number of time zones. And I think that this is really, truly a silver lining of the work from home situation that we've all been in for the last 10 months, that we've been able to convene people and have conversations that might not have otherwise taken place. So I think, we're really fortunate to be able to do this. I want to say good night to our North American panelists and to our audience, and thank you for sticking with us. And of course, good afternoon to our audience in Asia, and good morning to Abu Dhabi. So I want to also preview the programming that we have in store for you over the next several hours, and with the start of our day in DC. Our day will begin, I think, at 4 in the morning with the first program of what is now today, called 2021 Oil Market Outlook Boom or Bust at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the highlight, which will happen a few hours later, is that at 7 a.m. Eastern, we will have a discussion with His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, and with Brian Moynihan, the Chairman of the Board and CEO of Bank of America, which will be moderated by Fred Kemp, the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. So His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, will be joining us to discuss the launch of the Terra Carta, which is a core element of his Sustainable Markets Initiative, co-chaired by Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan. And the Terra Carta offers the basis of a recovery plan to 2030 that puts nature, people, and the planet at the heart of global value creation. Following His Royal Highness's opening remarks, the panel will discuss how the private sector and corporate climate action can accelerate the energy transition to realize a sustainable future. So with that, I know it's early and I know it's just in a few hours, but I think it will be truly spectacular. I hope everyone joins us at 4 a.m. for our Oil Market Outlook panel, and again at 7 a.m. with His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. So anyways, have a great night, and thank you again to everyone for being with us.